No. That's why.
Sit down. We're going to start.
No. Get his number, call him tonight. I'm going to keep that down. You guys good?
Lights are on, ready to go.
Not going to ask you to elevate them.
Township of Edison Zoning Board of Adjustment special meeting of June 30th, 2026 is now in session. Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meetings Act of 1975 has been provided by the annual notice posted in the Home News and Tribune on December 4th, 2025, and has been posted in the main lobby of the Municipal Complex on December 4th, 2025. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Carley? Ms. Knight? Mr. Magaletta?
Here.
Mr. Ayotte?
Here.
Mr. Chabra?
Here.
Mr. Patel?
Here.
Mr. Schneider?
Here.
Mr. DeVay?
Here.
Mr. Sadaha?
Here.
Vice Chair O'Gorman?
Here.
And Chairman Kumba.
Here. Madam Secretary, minutes for consideration.
Minutes of June 23rd, 2026 for approval.
What's the board's pleasure?
Motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Schneider, second by Mr. Patel. Roll call, please.
Mr. Chabra?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Patel?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. DeVay?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Sadaha?
Yes to the motion.
Vice Chair O'Gorman?
Yes to the motion.
And Chairman Kumba.
Yes to the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special meeting of the Township of Edison Zoning Board of Adjustment. The board is composed of Edison Township residents appointed by the Municipal Council who volunteer their time and service to the board. The Municipal Land Use Law requires that members successfully complete a land use training course administered by the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. This board also holds in-house training conducted by our board professionals. The Zoning Board abides by the provisions of the Municipal Land Use Law in addition to our board's bylaws. The Zoning Board is a quasi-judicial land use board which differs from the Township Planning Board. Under the Municipal Land Use Law, board members are required to be impartial and are not allowed to discuss any case prior to being considered at a hearing. All applicants will have the opportunity to present their case before the board, along with the opportunity for board members and board professionals to question the applicant and their witnesses. At the conclusion of the applicant's presentation of their case, the case will open to the public. Residents within 200 feet of the subject property will be heard, followed by residents from outside of 200 feet. All residents will be sworn in. They'll provide their name and address, and they'll be given 6 minutes to comment on the application being considered without the opportunity for rebuttal. Residents may ask questions of the applicant's professionals, and board professionals. The board requests that these questions are asked prior to any commentary being made on the application. Once commentary begins, the resident's timer will begin. The applicant will be allowed the opportunity for cross-examination of their witnesses. Under the law, the chair is allowed to stop any commentary which is repetitive or attempt to filibuster the board. Further, the chair is allowed to stop any commentary that is irrelevant to the case or prohibited from the board's consideration. Once the public portion is closed, all public comments are ended, unless new testimony is presented by the applicant. Following the closure of the public portion, the applicant will have the right of summation on their application. Following summation, the case will go to the board for a decision. This procedure has been followed by the board and is similar to procedures followed by boards of adjustment statewide. The Municipal Land Use Law requires the board to engage in a balancing act and is not required to strictly apply township ordinances, zoning plan, or master plan. As a board of adjustment, variances are granted when appropriately necessary, following all legal considerations. As has been the case with prior boards, this board will see where we're at if we are in session around 10:30 p.m. We do have a very, very robust agenda this evening. It is our intention to get through as much as we can. If you are not heard, please do not leave the chambers. Please wait to be called, and we can deal with any rescheduling that would be necessary. I ask that all applicants, professionals, and residents show respect to each other and be civil throughout all proceedings. I ask that you withhold applause, booing, or interrupting of anyone while they are speaking. The chair will not tolerate any outbursts by applicants, professionals, or the public. Further, since most cases are being recorded by our court reporter, I ask that speakers do not speak over one another. Madam Secretary, first case on the agenda, please.
Case number Z5-2026, PSE&G at 130.A Meadow Road, and 101 Silver Lake. Applicant is seeking preliminary and final site plan along with multiple bulk and use variances for the construction of an electrical substation and other electrical equipment on the property. Standards have not been met in accordance with the master plan. Electrical substations are not a permitted use in this zone, along with the bulk variances that are attached to the rider on the application. Affected property is located in the LI zone, designated as block number 366 and 36601, lot numbers 22, 25.13, and 10.12 on the Edison Township tax map. All notice and paperwork is in order.
Good evening, council.
Good evening, members of the board. Rebecca Mariello from Connell Foley. I'm here on behalf of Public Service and Gas Company. Back again. I hope you guys are all having a good summer thus far. We were last here on April 21st to present an application for a preliminary and final site plan approval with D1 use variance relief and a litany of C bulk variances to construct a substation at the property located at 130A Meadow Road, 101 Meadow Road, and 101 Silver Lake Road. At that hearing, we got through our some testimony. We got through a fact witness from PSC&G, Sunil Mittal. We got through some civil testimony from our civil engineer, Michael Blake, and acoustical testimony from Joe Keefe. We're back this evening to finish up this application. And what I first would like to do is recall my civil engineer to clean up some of the civil testimony from the last hearing. So with that, if I may, call Michael Blake back to the stand.
Please proceed. Hello.
Good evening. So I remind you remain under oath for this application.
Yes.
Okay. Please state your name again for the record.
Michael Blake. I'm with Burns & McDonald.
Okay. Could you give the business address, please?
It's 9300 Ward Parkway, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you.
Mr. Blake, you had previously been accepted. Licenses are still current and good standing?
Yes, they are.
We'll allow you to proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Blake, so for some cleanup testimony from our last hearing, I would like to direct the board's attention to Exhibit A5, which is currently on the stand right now. This was introduced at the April 21st hearing. It's a site plan prepared by Burns McDonald, and it's dated March 30th, 2026. So, Mr. Blake, you reviewed the transcript from the prior hearing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was some testimony about an existing gas line that you would like to clean up, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So during our conversation, Mr. Carley and I were talking about the various gas lines that run through there. There was an assumption that they were owned by PSC&G by myself, and that was incorrect. In doing so, if they were owned by PSC&G, we would qualify for a project, or we would qualify as an ownership exemption, but because they do not own those lines, we do not qualify as an owner exemption. Because of this, PSC&G is actively seeking the necessary relief and exemptions from the appropriate regulatory authorities and pipeline operators to proceed with the design as proposed.
So when you're talking about the zoning exemption, you're referring to section 37-4.21 of the borough's ordinances, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And this ordinances, it prohibits interference within 75 feet of an existing pipeline, including gas lines, correct?
Correct.
And so we are going to seek a variance because we are interfering with the ground and as such to build this substation.
Yes.
And it's within 75 feet of that gas line.
That is correct. We are closer than 75 feet.
Thank you. Now, since the April hearing, has your office had an opportunity to review the engineering report prepared by the board engineer, Charlie Carley?
Yes, we have.
And did you in fact prepare a response to that report?
Yeah, in general, we were, after the testimony, there was a consolidated review report dated June 11th, 2026, basically comprising of all the discussions we had at the previous hearing, plus back and forth discussions with Mr. Carley. In the end, there resulted a few new comments, and those are what I would like to address now.
So sorry if I could just interrupt you. What you're referring to, so you and PSE&G, you provided a response to Mr. Carley's initial review letter, that's correct?
May 28th, we provided a letter response back to the initial comments.
And then Mr. Carley provided a response letter last dated June 11th, 2026, that's correct?
Correct.
And there are some additional comments in that June 11th, 2026 letter that you would like to review this evening.
Yes, that's correct. Do you want me to read the comments verbatim? Or do you want me to just establish the number?
We could do both. So first, we could, let's review comment 2.4, which asks the applicant to address the NERC SIP applicability to this site. We're going to present a security expert, so if we can skip over that comment, and we'll come back to it later on this evening when we get to our security expert.
Mr. Carley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say relative to 2.4, I prefer Mr. Bay's approach. Just go through those comments that say new on my June 11th report. New isn't necessarily new out of left field. It's just an amendment to a previous comment. And as Mr. Bay represented, we've had a very good progress working together to resolve the April meeting letter, and subsequent to the April hearing, I think much of the questions that the board may have had been answered. Comment 2.4 just says to the applicant, make sure you get the chief of police's review letter as an exhibit to the board for your record. So if the board does approve this through resolution compliance, we do have the chief of police's certification that he's had a chance to take a look at the plan and he is comfortable with it.
Yes, we certainly would agree to that.
Okay.
Moving on to the, in quotations, the new comment in 5.1. This asks that the applicant places on the record the project's basis for a legacy status under the 2026 real rules, averring to the NJDEP flood hazard permit was received in advance of January 20th, 2026 and remains valid. Can you please address that comment?
Yes. So the project is exempt from the new 2026 real regulations. We do have a valid NJDEP flood hazard area permit, which was officially issued on June 10th, 2025, and it remains valid and active, and was received in advance of the new January 2026 regulations coming out.
Moving on to the next new comment in 6.1, the applicant shall furnish a brief water supply basis of design statement and RSIS certification commensurate with the proposed de minimis water demand. Can you address that comment?
Yeah, just to clarify, like as part of the comment resolution, we will provide a water supply basis design statement, and it'll be in accordance with, or we will also be providing an RSIS 521-5.1 certification.
That is actually a bad comment from me because
Scarlett, on your.
I'm sorry. That's actually a bad clinker of a comment from me. RSIS is not strictly applicable, but just make sure you get a will serve letter from the water utility, right, and that'll serve that purpose.
When I reviewed it, you know, the regulation, obviously it's not something that usually applies to us, but
yeah, it's a clinker of a comment from me.
Yeah.
So,
but I understood what you're looking for. You're basically just looking for certification that will be.
Move forward. It's 90 degrees out, son.
Sounds good.
There are no bad comments from you, Mr. Carley.
Thank you.
Move that be stricken from the record.
Okay. Next is 8.3. The applicant should affix cut fill estimates to the plans. Is that something that you would agree to, Mr. Blake?
Yes, we're planning to put that on our plans.
The next comment, 9.3, The applicant should provide proposed easement descriptions related to this project existing and any proposed as a condition of approval. Is that correct? Something you would agree to?
Yes, I agree to that.
Okay. And that wraps up any new comments from the June 11th report.
And again, the balance of those comments in Mr. Carley's letter, the applicant agrees to abide by, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just need clarification on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was one more comment.
Basically, it was on 6.3, we just need to clarify. We put stormwater. It was a mistype on our end on a response letter, and it should have been sanitary. But other than that, we're in agreement with it.
Great, thank you. Mr. Carley, do you have any?
No, I think Mr. Bay's testimony and the way this application has proceeded in front of the board, this is, again, another hearing, so the board's had benefit Mr. Bay's testimony at previous hearings. And in the plan revision, since this was first presented at the TRC, I think that Mr. Bay's work product has addressed all the comments that I offered.
Great.
Thank you. And for the last cleanup item for civil testimony, at the last hearing, it was requested that we provide some more renderings of the proposed project, which highlight what PSC&G related equipment and poles are existing at the property as it exists today and what is proposed should this application be approved. So with that, I would like to enter a new exhibit. My notes say that we're now on exhibit A10, which consists of a 7-page rendering of...
Well, let's let him describe it for the record, please. Could you please, yeah. This is A10, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is Exhibit A10. It's similar to what we provided at the first testimony, but we've added a few additional viewpoints per the request, and then also cleaned up some of the actual rendering views to maybe help clarify or better explain, what the intended design will look like. Now, I could go through each view individually. I don't know if you guys want to focus on anything specific. Have you had a chance to review these prior to tonight?
I think the board has reviewed, so I don't see a need.
So viewpoints 4 and 5 were, I believe, the two that were added to be, added to the display. And so I can bring up those, and we're including these all as Exhibit A10. So I'm starting with viewpoint 5, and I'm just going to go clockwise around so you guys can kind of follow along. Oops, that's viewpoint 2. All right. So as you can see, a top picture is existing. Bottom picture is our attempted rendering to show what the plan will look like from the street. I forgot what the street.
Is it on the viewpoint map, Mike?
Oh, yeah, Clifton Street, sorry. As you can see, the real main difference here is there's a lattice tower here, which will no longer be there, and now there's 2 additional transmission lines. And then between the houses, you can see some of the substation. So continuing around, viewpoint 4, similar picture. A little bit farther north on Clifton Street. For this one, you can see the existing lattice tower that is being removed, and now there's the 2 transmission lines. And in the kind of here in the background, you can see the actual substation. You can see the substation structures and the wall. This is viewpoint 3, which is actually from Meadow Road. Right now, you're just kind of across the street where there's an existing parking lot and warehouse, and what you're seeing is just tree line. Those trees are all, that's part of the trees that are all being removed for the station frontage. But in place, you can see where we have proposed a bunch of landscaping, and then you can see the new transmission lines. There's an existing transmission tower that is there, 2 new poles here, a few lattice towers, the wall that is the one that's been in there the whole time is in the previous rendering, but we've cleaned it up to make it look a little more realistic. It did need a little bit more of an artist touch to kind of represent what it was really going to show. Viewpoint 2, which is more or less from the intersection of Clifton Street and Meadow Road. This was the one that I think we really focused on in the previous hearing. So we did go in and try to make sure that there was comments that it looked like some of the equipment was elevated. So we really tried to focus on showing that proposed grade. It is an elevated station from the viewpoint, but we tried to really make sure that it looked a little more realistic with the grading and everything. And then you can see the existing equipment. There is a lattice tower in the background that does stay, but the one in the forefront is the one that is being taken down. And then we do have some additional new transmission poles as mentioned. And then viewpoint 1 is from across the street from the Penske lot. This one didn't really change much other than we tried to make sure that we did account for all the tower structures. I think there was a few that were missing in the previous rendering. But in general, it looks about the same, and we cleaned up some of the rendering of the vehicles that we'd put in there. I don't know if you have questions on any of them specifically.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Blake with regard to the renderings? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I rest this witness, and I defer any questions the board might have towards civil engineering, and if not, I'm ready to move forward with my next witness.
Before we let Mr. Blake off the hot seat, any questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to call my next witness, Jerry Sansanverino. He's our security expert for this application.
Was this to be fact and expert, or just factual? Or a bit of both?
A little bit of both.
Okay, so then you have to qualify him. All
Yeah,
right.
we're going to qualify him.
Okay. Just raise your hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth? Okay, thank you. Would you please state your full name, spell it, and give your business address?
Sanseverino, J-E-R-Y-S-A-N-S-E-V, 80 Park Place, North New Jersey.
Mr. Sanseverino, you can have a seat and just speaking to the microphone. And if you could just give the board the benefit of your background qualifications.
Sure, absolutely. I have a bachelor's degree from LaSalle University in Philadelphia. After that, I've worked for the U.S. government for 28 years with the U.S. Marshal Service in New York and New Jersey. I retired in 2022 and took a position with PSE&G in their corporate security department. I currently am the senior manager of infrastructure assurance, which supervises our physical security program, our security projects, regulatory compliance. I'm a certified PPP with ASIS International as a security professional.
And we'll accept you. Thank you so much. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Sanseverino, are you familiar with this project that we're here before the board tonight to present?
Yes, I am.
And what's the extent of your familiarity with this project?
I'm familiar with it. We do have other sites that are co-located there. I'm aware of the site plan that's been initiated and some of the concerns that were raised by the board.
When you say concerns raised by the board, can you go into those concerns specifically about site safety and security? Can you please share with the board what PSC&G or yourself, what kind of analysis you have engaged in and conducted to determine the security measures that PSC&G deems necessary for this site?
Sure. PSC&G takes a very holistic approach to evaluating their assets, whether they're current or planned. That includes evaluating different criteria based on the site location, the criticality of the assets there, and several other factors that impact that site location. Based on that evaluation, we determine the appropriate protective measures that are needed at that site to ensure the reliability of the electric grid and provide service to our customers.
Thank you. Now, can you give the board the benefit or some education on how that analysis relates to the decision to construct a wall on this site to secure these assets?
Sure. We take a look at the site, the critical assets that are located inside of that site, the potential for harm that could be posed from an outside source, and then we develop a mitigation plan to eliminate the risk of an outside attack on that station. That can be done by several different methods, including line of sights, design-based risk analysis, as well as site surveys.
Now, how does NERC-CIP apply to this site? Has there been an applicability determination made with respect to this site in NERC-CIP?
Sure. We would not classify this as a NERC high or medium location. It may be classified as a NERC low, which is the lowest requirement that NERC currently has. It does not provide significant support to the electric grid, whereas a medium station or a high impact station or a SIP 14 station.
So can you, now, in your capacity with PSC&G, do you guys have any communications with the police department and things like that to ensure site safety?
Sure. We enjoy a very good relationship with the Edison Township Police as well as the state police. We run drills in this jurisdiction, to make sure that the security at those sites are up to par. Where they're actively engaged, they respond to calls for service when any suspicious activity is encountered.
And just to reiterate the point, if we should receive approval from the board this evening, PSC&G will work with the Edison Police Department and the Chief of Police to secure any necessary approvals from that department to operate.
Absolutely. We value that partnership with the state and local law enforcement and emergency services.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Sanseverino? Seeing none? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to my next witness, Lisa DeFranza. Let me help you over here.
Ms. Mayor, real quick, on A10, how many boards are comprised of A10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 boards in A10.
Total, okay, thank you.
My next witness is Lisa DeFranza. She's an engineer from E2PM Project Management.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening in this application is the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. And thank you for speaking to the microphone. Please spell your name and provide your business affiliation and address.
Lisa DeFranza, L-I-S-A, DeFranza, D-I-F-R-A-N-Z-A. I work at E2 Project Management, located at 2517 Route 35 in Manasquan, New Jersey.
And you could bring the microphone podium closer to you so you can sit more comfortably. And then if you could also, I'll give you a second to get comfortable. You're good. Yeah. I don't know where they found that chair from, but.
I'm short, but not that short.
If you could please provide the board with the benefit of your background and qualifications.
Sure. I've been at E2 Project Management for 5 years now. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is currently in good standing. I'm also a certified municipal engineer for the past 15 years. I'm a licensed engineer for 16 years.
Great. We'll accept you. You may proceed. Thank you so much.
So Lisa, with respect to landscaping, what, if anything, have you prepared for this application?
I am not a licensed landscape architect, however, I am an engineer, and this landscape design that we have prepared, that was presented to the board, was prepared under my direction with a landscape designer from my office.
Great, thank you.
I'm sorry, is this the plan that's been presented on the stand you're talking about?
Yes, the next exhibit.
And what is that exhibit? Has it already marked with something? What is that?
Yes, so this is A1. This has
Okay,
been marked
thank
at the
you.
last hearing, A1, and this is an aerial of the existing site. Just to orient the board, we wanted to put it up so the board could see what's going on here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Lisa, can you please describe the existing vegetation on this site?
I'm going to get up to the board. Again, she had indicated this is an existing exhibit aerial for the station property. The proposed station is going to be in an area towards the front of Meadow Road. There's existing trees in that area. The area encompasses 6.5 acres. The existing Meadow Road station is to the north and west of the property, near the adjacent residential district to the north. There is a pinch point in the area of the existing substation where a 30-foot buffer is required between the industrial district and the residential district. So at that pinch point, due to an existing stream that runs along that common property, there's a pinch point where we do not have that 30-foot buffer, so we're going to request a waiver from that, or a variance, whatever's required. The existing vegetation along that westerly border will not be touched. It's encompassed within wetlands, so we're going to leave that and not touch that. Again, as I indicated, the existing area towards the front of Meadow Road, depicted with the red line around where the station will be, towards the front, towards Meadow Road to the north. And just to orientate you, Penske property is right to the east along Meadow Road, and the turnpike is to the southeast.
Okay, so I would like to mark this next plan as A11. And Lisa, before we go into what this is, can you just confirm that you prepared and you signed these plans?
That is correct. It's sheet L-1 that was in the packets that were submitted to the town. It's the landscaping plan, latest revision date 3/30/2026.
So was this already posted, or is this a new exhibit?
This is a new exhibit.
Okay.
It was not presented last time.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Tell by the date, but
Yeah. I'm going to discuss PSE&G's site standards for safety and security. The landscaping in and around substations have to comply with the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation standards, and the National Electric Safety Code regulations as it pertains to proposed landscaping at a station. And due to numerous constraints that exist at the property today, as presented before, within a transmission right-of-way, there's no landscaping permitted. There's no landscaping permitted in a substation or a switching station. Some of the other constraints is there's no vegetation taller than 3 feet high in a wire zone. There's no vegetation permitted from 10 feet from a fence or a wall. So there's numerous constraints, so we didn't have too much room to add proposed landscaping. So we did the best we could with what we had as far as the station goes. As far as the existing amount of trees to be removed in that 6.5 acres, that equates to 1,241 trees to be removed. And in accordance with the ordinance, it requires 1,273 replacement trees. We are only replacing 29 trees as part of the improvements, so there will be a deficiency, which PSC&G respectfully request to contribute to the tree fund. I'll discuss the proposed landscaping. As can be seen here, Meadow Road is to the north and the east on the board. The station is to the west and the south. This is right here is an existing stormwater management area. The northerly access drive, proposed access drive into the property is to the north. There's another one to the south and the east. So what's depicted in green is the proposed landscaping. So there will be 29 trees. 3 of those trees will be planted in the right-of-way, just because we're really close to the road there, and we also installed a sidewalk. We also included some trees and shrubbery adjacent to the Penske property, as can be seen in the green along here, to provide some additional buffering. Again, there will be 29 trees and 35 shrubs, a mix of deciduous and evergreen.
Thank you, Lisa. And you also had an opportunity to review Mr. Carley's engineering report last dated June 11, 2026, correct?
Correct.
And any comments in that report with respect to revisions to the landscaping plan, anything with respect to the landscaping plan you agree to revise as a condition of approval, correct?
Correct. We're going to revise all of the notes, all the details, anything you requested in your comments, we'll revise.
Ms. Carley?
Thank you.
I have nothing further for from this witness.
Does the board have any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now ready. Thank you, Lisa. We're ready to present our last witness, our project planner, Jim Higgins.
Good evening.
Okay, please, thank you. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give this evening at this hearing is the whole truth?
I do.
Okay, please state your whole name, please state your full name and affiliation and business address, please.
James W. Higgins, Higgins. I'm president of James W. Higgins Associates. My address is 14 Tilton Drive, Ocean, New Jersey. And I've been a licensed planner in the state for 45 years. I've testified before this board as an expert in the field of planning a number of times. I'm not sure what else you might.
Mr. Higgins, your license is currently in good standing?
But yes, it's in good
to hear.
standing.
We'll accept you.
In fact, I just renewed it.
Oh, congratulations.
And I'm probably one of the oldest planners, not the oldest, because I think he will be before you a little bit later tonight. But I think I'm the second oldest planner in the state as far as experience goes.
Not going to name them, but okay. Thank you so much. You may proceed. We'll accept you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Higgins, in your infinite wisdom that you just described to us, are you familiar with the township zoning for this property?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I've looked at the application. I've looked at the zoning. I've looked at your master plan. I visited the site. And I think much of what I would normally present to you has already been presented to you. I don't think we need to rehash the site, what the surrounding area is like. The zoning is light industrial, and the use itself is not a permitted use in the zone. However, your master plan for the lots on block 366, that's 25, 12, and 22, recommends not only that those lots be redeveloped, but they be redeveloped for either public utilities or transportation. So there's a recognition in your master plan that this site is adequate and it really is intended for public utilities. And that's what's being proposed with this application. But we do need, because the zoning hasn't caught up with the master plan, we do need a D variance for those 2 lots and for the lot that's across the turnpike where there's going to be a single monopole. When I look at the application, clearly the use meets the definition in the municipal land use law as an inherently beneficial use. And that is a use that fundamentally serves the public good and promotes the general welfare. In this instance, the facility is such a facility, and in my opinion, is an inherently beneficial use. When you have an inherently beneficial use, that in itself satisfies the positive criteria for the granting of a D1 variance, and we need D1 variances for all 3 lots, which are basically 3 lots, but it's essentially one use, one functional use. The master plan is very specific, not only by identifying this site as a site that would be redeveloped for public utilities, but also talks about the need for infrastructure, resilience, and sustainability of public utilities, and to maintain and improve the township utilities to support the current and future population. And clearly, the purpose of this application, which is to provide an upgrade in the public utilities in the area that serve the township and surrounding municipalities, I think meets that goal of the master plan, that purpose. In addition, the master plan states that there's a need to maintain and improve township utilities, and in that regard recommends coordination of infrastructure upgrades and maintenance with PSE&G, specifically this applicant, which again, this application is geared towards that specific goal of your master plan. So clearly there are positive reasons for granting the variances that are requested in terms of the 3 sites, and the use itself is an inherently beneficial use in my opinion. And if it were not to be deemed an inherently beneficial use, the fact that the master plan designates this site for this type of use really demonstrates the particular suitability of the site for the use. It's also a use that's under the licensed and under the umbrella of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities, which I think is also an important aspect. With regard to inherently beneficial uses, there's a 4-part test, excuse me, that deals with that. The first part of that test is to establish the magnitude of the benefit. And clearly, there is a significant benefit that will be realized by the construction of this new facility and the new facilities on the other 2 satellite lots that are being proposed, the monopoles. It provides a state-of-the-art facility that will provide the necessary redundance, sustainability, and reliability, and improve those aspects of the electrical transmission in the area. So I think that in itself is a substantial benefit. In addition, it's recognized by your master plan as being needed not only township-wide, but on this specific site. So I think the magnitude of the benefit is substantial. The second test is determining the magnitude and any potentially negative impacts of the proposed use. And when you look at the possible impacts, in general, it involves new construction of a public utility on a site that is specifically recommended in the master plan for utilities and redevelopment. So what's being proposed here actually is geared towards implementing your master plan. So generally, I don't think there's any negative impact there. As far as aesthetics go, it's no secret that electrical substations are not attractive. And the equipment in them is designed for functionality, not for aesthetics, out of necessity. And the regulations, as you heard, discussed
you can't really have a lot of landscaping, particularly inside the facility. So the facility itself is not attractive. But what's being proposed here is to surround that facility with walls and fences. Their primary purpose is for security, but their secondary effect is that they screen much of the station and provide a much more aesthetically pleasing environment than if those walls and fences weren't there. Plus, the landscaping that's being proposed is going to soften the impact also substantially, in my opinion. And the fact also that the master plan designates this site for this type of use, there is an anticipation that what would be there would have to have these types of screening to help with the aesthetics. Noise, there's no substantial noise associated with the use. Traffic, there's very little traffic. It's really insignificant. Most of the time, there will be no traffic associated with the use. Safety, there's a two-pronged issue as far as safety goes. There's the safety of the site itself, and again, the applicant has taken extreme measures that are necessary to assure the safe operation of the site. You've had a lot of testimony on that regard, so I don't think I need to go into all of that. But also, the use will promote the public safety. Use itself will promote public safety, so I don't see any negative impact. If anything, there's a positive impact with regard to safety for this use. The final one would be the impact on the zone plan, and the zone plan is the combination of your zoning ordinance and your master plan. It's in the light industrial zone, which is an ideal zone for this type of use because the nature of the use is for industrial type uses, but also, again, the master plan recommends the site for utilities and redevelopment. So I think it's consistent with your zone plan, and there's no substantial detriment to your zone plan, particularly when you consider the fact that this site has been used for this type of facility for many years, and you also have the transmission lines coming into the site and going out of the site. When you look at the third prong of the SECA test, it's to see whether there have been any measures taken to mitigate the potential negative impacts. And again, when I look at this, as I've discussed earlier, I think substantial measures have been taken to mitigate the negative impacts that exist. And it's primarily aesthetics. And they've done the best they can to try and screen this use from view and to provide a more palatable and more aesthetically pleasing view of the facility. When you go to the fourth prong of the SECA test, that's where it gets interesting. Because normally when you're trying to balance benefits and detriments, when you're going for, say, C variances, you try, or even a D variance where the use is not inherently beneficial, you want to show that the benefits substantially outweigh the detriments. If the applicant can't demonstrate that, the application shouldn't be approved. In this instance, that weighing is totally reversed. Where an inherently beneficial use is concerned, the courts have said that you have to look at and see, and if the detriments don't substantially outweigh the benefits, then the application should be approved. And in this case, I think actually the benefits substantially outweigh the detriments. So I think the application should be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Just to note for the record, you have had an opportunity to review the planner report prepared by Neglia, last dated June 29th, 2026, correct?
Yes, I have.
And although there's nothing specific for you really to address, but there's nothing that you disagree with in this report and any comments that we wouldn't be able to comply with from a planning standpoint, correct?
I don't see anything that I disagree with or that can't be complied with.
Thank you.
Ms. Knight?
Yeah, so with my June 29th report that I issued yesterday, I think with this testimony from Mr. Higgins, it's everything within my report has been addressed by the applicant.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no further witnesses.
Okay. Well, let's just see if the board has any questions for Mr. Higgins. Board have any questions, Mr. Higgins? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. I don't know, does the board go ask for
We'll now
public
go out to the
comment?
public, right? So we'll now go out to the public, so anyone within 200 feet of subject site wanting to be heard, if you're within 200 feet, you received a notice via certified mail, please approach. Seeing none, we'll go outside of 200 feet of subject site, anybody wanting to be heard, please approach. Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close the public portion.
Second.
Motion made by Vice Chairman O'Gorman, second by Mr. Schneider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Public portion is now closed. And if you have any summation.
Yes, thank you everyone for your indulgence. You sat through many hours of testimony on this application. As you've heard throughout this application, right, this use, we are asserting that this is an inherently beneficial use. You heard testimony throughout this application that there's a need for greater electricity and power capacity within this community and outside this community. It's not just due to the growing population in Edison, but also growing technologies such as the use of Tesla vehicles and things like that, that the supply of power needs to meet the demand for PSE&G to supply good power to the borough. In addition to that, as you heard from our project planner, the master plan specifically recognizes and designates the site particularly suited for this utility use. And in fact, there's an existing substation almost next door. This application not only improves electric utilities within the borough, but there's also going to be stormwater improvements so that we could leave this site in a better condition than it exists today. As such, PSE&G submits that the benefits outweigh any detriments. PSE&G goes through great lengths to mitigate any negative impact, such as the acoustical testimony that you heard. We agree to do a post-construction study to make sure that any sound impact doesn't affect the neighbors. PSE&G, they probably call Mr. Charlie Carley on a weekly basis at this point to make sure that from an engineering aspect, all of our T's are crossed and I's are dotted. PSE&G is a neighbor within Edison. They want to continue to be a good neighbor. And after all the testimony you heard, I submit that this application respectfully warrants approval. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And I'll go to the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Dave?
I make a motion to approve this application. It will help improve and the maintenance of the future utility needs for the township. The applicant has met all the negative and positive criteria. The site is particularly suited for the intended use. The use is not detriment to the public good, public safety, or general welfare. This motion will also incorporate all of the testimony of the applicant, attorney, planners, engineers, and members of the board, as well as incorporate all of the conditions as testified to in April meeting and this evening meeting.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Dave, second by Mr. Sadata. Roll call, please.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Chabra?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Patel?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. DeVay?
Yes on the motion.
Mr. Sadaha?
Yes to the motion.
Vice Chair O'Gorman?
Yes to the motion.
And Chairman Gumbo.
Yes on the motion. Unanimous approval. Congratulations.
Night.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Mayorello, just make sure that any exhibits, you send a copy of them electronically to the board secretary.
Of course, no problem.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations.
Madam Secretary, next case on the agenda, please.
Case number Z13-2026, Jeremy Genethal at 119 Idlewild Road. Applicant is seeking a bulk variance for a garage addition to the existing single-family dwelling. The following standards have not been met. Side yard setback required is 6 feet, proposed is 3.55 feet. Affected property is located in the RB zone, designated as block number 1119, lot number 24 on the Edison Township tax map. All noticing paperwork is in order.
Good evening. No.
Hello?
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry.
You see the attorney for the electric company, she pulled a trick on you there.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Peter Wagner of Richard Lupo LLC, and I'm representing the petitioner Jerry Ginenthal, in this application. This application concerns a request for one bulk variance to construct a garage addition at 119 Idlewild Road, also known as Block 1119 and Lot 24 on the Edison tax map. The property is located in the RB zone. All legal notices for the matter are in order. We are specifically requesting a side yard setback variance of 6 feet, where 6 feet is required, and 3.55 feet is proposed. I have 2 witnesses today. One is the applicant, Mr. Ginenthal, who's present, seated to my right, and the second is John Chadwick, licensed professional planner.
Okay, you may proceed.
I'm sorry?
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ginenthal.
But actually, our attorney will swear him in.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Yes.
Please spell your full name and the address.
Jeremy Ginenthal, 119 Idlewild Road, Edison, New Jersey.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ginenthal, you were the applicant in this matter, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and how long have you lived at 119 Idlewild Road?
10 years.
All right, and you live there with your spouse, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. What is the approximate size of your home?
About 1,300 square feet.
Okay. And do you have a basement in there?
No.
Okay. What storage space do you have in the home currently?
Hardly any. Just the attic.
Just the attic, okay. So you found it challenging to store tools and other items in your home, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you currently have any covered parking for your vehicles outside?
No, I do not.
Okay. And for those reasons, you'd like to build the garage addition, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any place on the property other than the proposed location of the garage that would work?
No.
Okay. I would present this as the applicant's testimony. I open it up for the board if they have any questions of the applicant.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Ginenthal? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to call John Chadwick, a professional planner.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Yes.
Okay, please state your full name, give your business affiliation.
Name is John Chadwick, Chadwick, and I am a sole proprietor of my firm.
Mr. Chadwick, you've appeared before the board prior. If you could please give us a brief summary of your background qualifications, and also bring the microphone podium a little closer to you so it's easier to
Better?
That's perfect. Thank you so much, sir.
Undergraduate from Rutgers University, graduate degree in city and regional planning and architectural design from Pratt Institute, New York. I'm a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey since 1969, and I've been serving municipalities and private clients since that date.
License are current in good standing?
It is.
You may proceed. Thank you so much.
I was introduced by Mr. Higgins earlier.
Oh, I thought he was talking about DuPont.
Mr. Chadwick, you're familiar with the application, is that correct?
I am.
All right. And would you please testify to the board now about your opinion regarding the application?
Yes. Do we want to just do
Oh, yes, please. We have handouts that we can mark as Exhibit A1.
Okay, if you could please give to the board secretary.
Can you describe what A1 is, please,
It might
Mr. Chadwick?
take some time to wait for everyone to have it in front of them. Hopefully, this picture is worth 10,000 words.
Scale.
Everyone have a copy in front of them?
Yes, sir.
Picture shows essentially what this neighborhood's pretty large subdivision, built in the early 1950s.
Mr. Chadwick, before you do that, did you prepare this exhibit?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The property in red is the site of the application, outlined in red. And it's an aerial. I think it's pretty up to date. And the plan, if you look at it closely, you'll see that the homes that are to its west each have an attached garage close to the property line, and the home to the other side or to the east of his house is the same condition. And if you drive through that neighborhood, you'll find two basic improvements that have occurred with this housing. These were post-World War II homes. Some have lifted the roof to create a second floor. That's not too common. Most have added either backyard additions or garages as proposed here. There is no way of expanding this property to deal with the reduction in side yard variance. The reduction is basically 2 feet in terms of variance. The neighborhood character, this is really mimicking what is common throughout this neighborhood. And the original construction being slab, you have absolutely no storage in the basement, and the attic areas are limited. So it's a improvement to the neighborhood. It serves a need to this family. When you go through the tests, either the C1 or the C2, C1, there's no possibility of additional land to cure this variance. And the C2, is it a sound planning solution? It certainly is in terms of this household, and it is in keeping with the general improvements throughout the neighborhood, as shown in this photograph. For those who are familiar with the neighborhood, when you drive around the local streets, you'll see attached garages. Rarely is there a garage in the rear yard. The rear yards are quite small, and to put a garage there basically takes away the utility and enjoyment of the property. So my judgment, the proposal does conform to requirements for a C1 or C2 variance. There is no substantial detriment to the zoning plan. And particularly when you look at this, all the standards that come into play for a residential property in this zone, there's only one violation, and that is the side yard, which is a 2-foot increment, 2¼ feet. My opinion is that is not a substantial detriment to the zoning plan or the neighborhood, and this, in fact, complements and upgrades the neighborhood appearance. In my opinion, we've met our standard for a C1 and C2 variance.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Did you do, and I know that you said that it's similar situations within the neighborhood. Did you do any analysis to similar setbacks within the neighborhood?
I did not do a survey as a surveyor. I did do a ride around in terms of what the setbacks are, and they appear to be basically the same as this. Some garages appear to be 15 feet. This is proposed.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Chadwick?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chhabra?
Is both adjacent properties next door, left and right, both have a garage, correct?
Yes.
And they're single story?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Chadwick? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chadwick.
The applicant rests.
Okay, all right, so we will now go out to the public. Anyone within 200 feet of the subject site wanting to be heard, if you're within 200 feet, you received a notice via certified mail. Seeing none, we'll go outside 200 feet. Anyone want to be heard? Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close. Second.
Motion made by Mr. Sadata, second by Mr. Patel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Public portion is now closed. Council, do you have anything to add before?
I do not.
Okay, all right, so we'll go to the board for a vote, for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Dave?
I make a motion to approve this application. Applicant will comply with the engineer's report, if any. It is very de minimis request. It is not detriment to the neighborhood. There are no objectors. I hope there will be one less car on the street.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Dave, second by Mr. Sadata. Roll call, please.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Chabra?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Patel?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. DeVay?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Sadaha?
Yes to the motion.
Vice Chair O'Gorman?
Yes to the motion.
And Chairman Gumbo.
Yes to the motion. Unanimous approval. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Madam Secretary, next case on the agenda, please.
Case number Z9, 2026, Shiran Patel at 20 Deborah Drive. Applicant is seeking bulk and D-use variances to construct a first and second story addition with a rear yard deck to the existing single-family dwelling. The following standards have not been met. Max FAR required is 25%, proposed is 30%. Maximum lot coverage required is 30%, proposed is 37.76%. Maximum building coverage required is 15%, proposed is 18.47%. Affected property is located in the RA zone, designated as block number 546.18, lot number 19, on the Edison Township tax map. All noticing paperwork is in order.
Good evening, Mr. Shire.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Bernard Shire, with the firm of Convery and Shire, representing the applicant, Shreyans Patel, with regard to this application for property located at 20 Deborah Drive, Block 546.18, Lot 19 in the RA zone. The property presently consists of a single-family home. The proposal is to construct an addition with some alterations, which will require some variances. We need a floor area ratio variance permitted. We exceed the permitted FAR. We also have a variance for maximum lot coverage. 30% is permitted. We're asking for 37.76%. Also for building coverage, 15% is permitted. We're looking for 18.47%. The applicant is here to indicate why he wants to put an addition on the home, which is presently owned by his father. And we also have the architect, Robert Wanthouse, here, as well as our planner, Mr. John DuPont. Unless there are any preliminary questions, we're ready to proceed.
Board, have any preliminary questions? Seeing none, you may proceed, Mr. Shire. Thank you.
Call Mr. Shreyans Patel, please.
Okay, Mr. Patel, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth? Okay, please state your full name for the record and give your address, please.
You could have a seat and speak into the microphone. Thank you so much.
Yep. My name is Shreyans Patel. I currently reside at 39 Scott Ave in Edison, New Jersey. Yeah.
Bring it a little closer to you. There you go.
Say it again. Okay. My name is Shreyans Patel.
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Shire.
Right. Mr. Patel, who is the owner of the property at 20 Deborah Drive?
Currently, my father is the owner.
And who lives there?
Right now, my father and my mother live there.
All right. And why are you applying to put an addition on the home?
My wife, myself, my two kids, we wanted to move back in with my parents. My parents have been helping us raise our kids, and now it's just gotten to the point where, even though we're close, right? We are in South Edison, they're in North Edison. It's becoming a lot running back and forth. between the homes, so we decided why not all just move back into one home together.
Okay, just one quick question. Again, the applicant here is not the owner of the property. Do you have the certification or permission? I understand that he's the son, but.
The owner has signed off on the application.
Okay, thank you.
He is actually going to be here if you have any questions for him.
Oh, that's fine. I just want to make sure that's in the record. Thank you.
So, Mr. Patel, it's essentially for family unity, correct?
Yes.
And you all want to stay in the township of Edison?
Yes, I've been here since 2004, and I would like to continue living here with my family.
And how old are your children?
My daughter is 3, and my son, he was just born a few months ago. He's going to be 3 months tomorrow.
All right. I have no other questions of Mr. Patel.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Patel? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Call Mr. Robert Wanthouse, please.
Good evening. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Okay, please state your full name, spell it, and give your business affiliation, please.
It's Robert C. Wanthouse, spelled W-A-N-T-H-O-U-S-E. I am a licensed architect since about 1985. Been in front of this board a number of times. Been practicing in the community for the last 40 years or so.
Mr. Wanthouse, your license is current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
You may proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wanthouse, you have been hired by the applicant to prepare an addition to the existing single-family home at 20 Deborah Drive.
I have.
Could you please tell us the present situation at that location? What's the house like?
So the house is currently a raised ranch. From the front, it appears to be a ranch, but in the rear, there is a half a level up and half a level down, where there's some existing bedrooms located.
And how many bedrooms are currently in the existing home?
Let me see. The existing floor plan is here. There's 1 bedroom downstairs and 3 up.
All right. And what could you please describe the addition that is being proposed?
So the addition enlarges the family room. It's a meeting. Also enlarges the kitchen, a dining area. On the first floor, we created an office area, and we extended the garage to have a 2-car garage. It's an extra work area in the back of the existing garage.
And the purpose of all this is to allow the applicant and his family to move in and live as a unified family, correct?
Correct.
Now, the floor area ratio permitted at the location is 25%. What is the proposed floor area ratio?
I'll require probably my reading glasses for that. So the floor area ratio required is 0.25. The existing is 0.18, and we're proposing a 0.32%.
Mr. Wanthouse, if you could just bring that microphone closer to you, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Also, the maximum impervious lot coverage, the permitted is 30%. What is the proposed lot coverage?
26.37.
That's the existing, correct? What is the proposed?
For impervious coverage on this chart that I'm looking at is 26.37. Building coverage.
All right. The
Your question was about your question about lot coverage. Now you're talking, which one is it though? Let's make sure we're clear on which one you're responding to, please.
And on the building coverage, permitted is 15%. What is proposed?
18.47.
Okay. And this is all a reasonable increase, in your opinion, in order to make the house suitable for the unified family?
Yes.
Into the microphone, please.
Sorry. Can you repeat the question, please?
This is all reasonable increases on this size piece of property in order to make the house suitable for the unified family. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a moderate addition considering the amount of bedrooms and such, and it will the character of the home will blend nicely in the neighborhood.
All right. And could you just briefly, for the board, describe what it's going to look like from the outside?
Well, it'll appear as a two-story residence with a single-car garage and a cover entrance to the home.
And will it appear consistent with the neighborhood buildings?
Yes, it's we've got a number of dormers and gables that will reduce the height of the house, the look of the height of the house, and so it should blend very nicely in the neighborhood.
And it will comply with all the other bulk requirements of the zone?
It will.
I have no other questions of Mr. Wanthouse.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Winehouse?
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman.
Yeah, on drawing EL100 on the proposed plot plan, the list on the behind the existing frame dwelling, it says one-car garage.
It is.
So that's a proposed one-car garage?
There's an existing one-car garage.
Okay.
And we are extending the garage in the back, but it's more of a work area for his hobbies than actual parking an additional car.
Right,
you can speak further with the homeowner.
Board have any other questions, Mr. Winehouse?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Sadada.
Yeah, on this application, it says building coverage max is 15% and proposed 15%. But on this one says 18.47.
There's a typo there. Oh, so there's a typo on the floor area ratio certification.
On the application.
That was a typo on the application.
Oh, okay.
Not on the plan is the correct number.
Thank you, Mr. Sadada. Any other questions? Any other questions? Mr. Chopper, go ahead.
I have a question. So the upper great room, is it open to blow or is it 2 stories? On your drawing A100.
The upper great room is a 2-story space open to a family loft area, study area that overlooks it.
Okay, and your building coverage is including all your decks and your balconies, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Winehouse? See none? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll call Mr. John DuPont.
Mr. DuPont, please, do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Okay, please state your full name and business affiliation.
John P. DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, JPD Engineering.
Mr. Dupont, you've appeared before the board prior. If you could just give us a very brief summary of your background and qualifications.
Yes, so I've been the Planning and Zoning Board Engineer for the Borough of Carteret for the past 28 years. I am a licensed special planner as well as engineer in the state of New Jersey. I've served and been before your board as both a planner and engineer numerous times, and all my licenses are still in good standing.
We will accept you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dupont, you've been hired by the applicant to provide planning testimony with regard to the application for 20 Deborah Drive.
That is correct.
Did you familiarize yourself with the existing condition of the property?
I have.
Could you please give the board a brief readout?
I will. So the subject property is located at 20 Deborah Drive. It's situated in the RA Residential Zone District. The property is presently developed with an existing single-family split-level dwelling. The applicant's family has lived in that home since 2004. The lot contains approximately 15,000 square feet, whereas the RA zone requires 20,000 square feet, so it's an existing undersized lot. Consequently, the property has existed as an undersized lot for many years as in a non-conforming condition. The property is presently improved with a 4-bedroom home with 3.5 baths and is a single-family residence. The applicant proposes to construct an addition to the home to accommodate changing family circumstances. Specifically, the adult son and his spouse and children are going to move back in with their parents. The proposed improvements will allow the residents to meet the changing needs of the family while continuing to operate as a single-family dwelling. The proposed addition will increase the dwelling from a 4-bedroom, 3-bath to a 5-bedroom, 4.5 bath. No new dwelling is proposed. Just a little clarity on the relief needed tonight, because it's kind of a little chopped up there. The existing lot area is an existing non-conforming condition. Required 20,000 square feet, we have 15,000 square feet. The maximum floor area ratio allowable in the zone is 0.25. The proposed is 0.32. That's the FAR. The maximum building coverage, 15% allowed. On the architectural plan, it shows 18.47%, which is in fact accurate. And the max lot coverage, allowable 30%. You've seen two different numbers. On the application, it was shown conforming. The application is shown as 37.67%. The plans show it conforming. The actual number is 37.67. We need that relief. So I believe we can request the relief can be granted under flexible C2 provisions under MLUL. A variance may be granted where the purposes of the MLUL would be advanced by the deviation from the zoning ordinance, and the benefits granted would substantially outweigh any detriments. Several purposes of the MLUL are being advanced. Purpose A, the proposed addition permits the continued occupancy of the home by the extended family in a safe and efficient manner, thereby promoting the general welfare of the occupants. Purpose G, the proposed facilitates a multi-generational living arrangement, which is increasingly common and recognized as an appropriate residential use within established residential neighborhoods. The applicant and his family are longtime residents of Edison and like to continue to be so. Purpose I, the proposed addition has been designed as an integrated expansion to the existing home. The architectural improvements will modernize and enhance the appearance of the residence while maintaining compatibility with the surrounding residential component and neighborhood. Purpose M, the applicant represents a reasonable modernization and continued use of an existing residence within the established residential neighborhood without requiring new infrastructure or municipal services. There will be benefits associated with this granting of the variances. The continued use of the property as a permitted single-family residence, the accommodation of a multi-generational family arrangement without creating additional dwelling units, the preservation of family cohesion by allowing elderly parents and children to reside together, efficient utilization of an already developed residential property, improvement and modernization of an existing dwelling stock within a neighborhood, no expansion or intensity of land use beyond the what is associated with a single-family residence, no adverse impacts upon traffic, parking demand, public utilities, schools, or municipal services, The additional floor area is necessary to provide adequate living accommodations for the expanded family. The increase in FAR and building coverage and lot coverage are modest when viewed in context with the proposed use and the overall character of the neighborhood. Negative criteria. I reviewed the proposed development relative to the surrounding neighborhood and can testify that the requested variance may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good or without substantial impairment to the intent or purpose of your zoning plan or zoning ordinance. First, the purpose, the proposed use remains single-family, detached dwelling, which is the principal permitted use in this zone. No additional dwelling units are proposed. No intensification are associated with this application. Multi-generational living arrangements are becoming intensively common in Edison and represent an efficient use of existing housing stock while preserving the neighborhood. Second, although the variances are requested for floor area, building coverage, and lot area, the improvements are designed to function as a logical extension of an existing residence and will remain architecturally consistent with the character of the neighborhood. The addition will appear as an integrated component of the home and will not even be visible from the street and will still meet the character of Deborah Drive. The proposal will not generate adverse impacts to traffic, noise, lighting, drainage, or demand on municipal services. And fourth, the lot area deficiency is an existing non-conforming condition. We did look at all the lots within 200 feet of our property. There are 15, and 15 are undersized. And finally, these deviations are not so substantial as to create a development pattern inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhood or the overall purpose of the RA zone. And due to the design, the addition will not be visible from the front of the property. Accordingly, it is my professional opinion that the requested relief satisfies both the positive and negative criteria, and I respectfully recommend that the board grant the bulk variances and FAR.
I have no other questions of Mr. DuPont.
Mr. DuPont, if so approved, you would agree to submit a new variance application and new FAR certification based upon the plans and the numbers that you testified to?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
And also, along with that, if I may, Mr. Wantas will provide revised architectural plans showing the correct impervious coverage?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. DuPont? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. DuPont.
That's the applicant's case, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we'll now go out to the public. Anyone within 200 feet of subject site want to be heard? If you're within 200 feet of subject site, you received a notice via certified mail. Seeing none, we'll go outside 200 feet. Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Sadata, second by Mr. Schneider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Public portion is now closed, and I'll go to the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Dave.
I make a motion to approve the application. The board recognizes it is an undersized lot. The board also recognizes the family hardship of taking care of the children, young children and the family, and need a bigger house. It is not detriment to the neighborhood. This application is not out of character with the neighborhood. Applicant has met all the negative and positive criterias. The use is not detriment to the public good and public safety. This motion will incorporate all of the testimony of the applicant, attorney, and the members of the board.
And I'll just add that the applicant agrees to submit a revised variance application as well as FAR certification and updated architectural plans. Okay, motion made by Mr. Dave.
Second.
Second by Mr. Chhabra. Roll call, please.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Chhabra?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Patel?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Dave?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Sadaha?
Yes to the motion.
Vice Chair O'Gorman?
Yes to the motion.
And Chairman Gumba.
Yes on the motion. Unanimous approval. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board will take a 5-minute recess.
What is this? Oh, this is.
Board will return to session. Madam Secretary, next case on the agenda, please.
Case number Z37, 2025, Elite Enterprises at 764 New Durham Road. Applicant is seeking bulk ND use variances to demolish the existing 391 square foot building and 4 pumps on site and replace with 4 new pumps and a 2,820 square foot convenience store along with associated site improvements. Standards have not been met in accordance with the master plan. Affected property is located in the RB zone, designated as block number 57.02, lot number 12, on the Edison Township tax map. All noticing paperwork is in order.
Good evening, Mr. Tubal.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Jason Tuval, attorney for the applicant. As the board recalls, we were here several months ago. We presented a testimony from our civil engineer and our traffic engineer. And just brief summary or overview, the goal here is to redevelop this site, which is an existing gas station that's located at the intersection of 2 roads. Redevelop it by adding a convenience store, reconstructing the intersection that we've worked on with the county to create safety improvements both for vehicle and pedestrian access. Also reconstruct the driveways on the property that are now flush and wide open, reduce impervious coverage, improve stormwater management, and also add additional landscaping and buffering to the property. So if the board recalls, and I know the board hears a lot of cases and several months have gone by, we were only able to get through civil engineering and traffic engineering, and the public did not have a chance to comment or ask questions. The board had some comments and questions about the application that we wanted to be responsive to, that we did look at. What we would like to do is, if it's okay with the chair and the board, is hear from the public regarding their comments and questions regarding the application. And if we can incorporate some of those and be responsive to some of those comments, we would like to then make a resubmission to the board addressing those, both the board and public concerns to the best that we can, and then go forward from there. So that was what I was hoping we could achieve this evening.
Mr. Magaletta, I just wanted to make sure that, just run this by you, just make sure that it was okay.
That's fine. They can certainly take their application and revise it based upon public comment. There's nothing inappropriate with that.
Okay. All right. So,
So, Mr. Chairman, I have both witnesses that I presented at the last meeting, Mr. James Henry, our civil engineer, Nicholas Verderisi, our traffic engineer. They're both here. They could both attest that they acknowledge that they're still under oath and answer any questions that the public may have, or the board, while we're discussing it. And then again, we hope to be responsive and try to make a resubmission that addresses the board and public comments.
Okay. All right. So we will now go out to the public. We will start with residents within 200 feet of subject site. If you're in 200 feet of subject site, you received a notice via certified mail. I went through the ground rules at the beginning, so residents will receive 6 minutes to speak. The board requests that you ask questions at the beginning of your presentation. So you may ask questions of the applicant's professionals. Once your questions go into opinion, your timer will start. For example, if you ask a question of the engineer and the engineer responds and you say, well, I don't agree with that, well, you just gave an opinion, so your timer will start. Given that there is a robust amount of public here, we ask that you not be redundant. So if someone comes up and says, I oppose this application because A, B, and C, you could simply just come up and say, I oppose this application. I oppose this application. I agree with my neighbor on points A, B, and C, and I add points D, E, and F. Just this way, we can kind of keep things flowing. We don't have to be redundant. We are all a volunteer board. We are here to hear you, and we will do the best we can. So with that being said, anyone within 200 feet of subject site want to be heard, please approach. You have to go to the microphone, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Before we begin, can I give you these exhibits?
Counsel.
Well, that's a document can't testify. So the answer is you can read from it, but sending it out as though that's testimony is not appropriate.
No, we just want you to refer to these when we are speaking. These are just exhibits.
Well, if they're exhibits, why don't you hold off, and then as you're speaking, you can tell us what they are, and we'll determine whether it's appropriate. Okay.
The 6 minutes timing he's asking.
Who's going to get the time?
So the secretary actually does monitor the time. So I know council meetings, they do have a timer. We're not as fancy as council meetings. They're paid, we're not. So you're gonna have to keep your own time. But the way the board time on the chair is gonna work is that the secretary is gonna keep the time. Is the way we've done it for as long as I've been here, and we're not gonna change that. So you may proceed.
And excuse me, sir. I don't know if you can ask questions or testify, but I always want to swear everybody in when they come up, just so that the record is clear. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Yes.
Yes, please state your full name and spell it for the record. And
My
then,
name is Vijay Achanta. I live at 421 Durham Avenue. Okay. My name is Vijay Achanta. I live at 421 Durham Avenue, Edison, New Jersey.
could you spell your last name, please?
Achanta.
Okay. Hey,
Achanta.
okay. If with the chair's permission, please proceed.
You said, just because I didn't hear, you said 431 Durham?
421 Durham.
421, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, right next to the gas station.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vijay Acheta, and I live directly next to the Shell gas station, that is 421 Durham Avenue. I can see this gas station right from my front door, and I'm here tonight to tell this board clearly on the record what this application actually is, because the application did not tell the story. This is not a renovation. This is not an upgrade. This is not a renovation. This is not an upgrade. The applicant is proposing to tear down structure on that corner, every wall, every canopy, every pump island, and replace it with a brand new 2,820 square feet convenience store. This is bigger than most of the homes in the neighborhood. Okay, and under New Jersey law, when you demolish an existing use and build something new, you need the highest level of zoning relief that exists. It is called D1 variance. The New Jersey Appellate Division was explicit about this in the Sadala case. Tear it down, build something you need a D1, full stop. And a D1 variance has two parts. The applicant must prove that there is a genuine public benefit, not just profit for themselves. And when the applicant presented the case, I did not see any benefit. What are the benefits that whatever they presented can be done without the convenience store too, if at all they want? And they must prove that this will cause no substantial harm to the neighborhood. That is also not proven. Their own planning consultant said that it needs two D1 variances, one for the gas station and one for the convenience store. Their own experts said that, and they cited a future zoning district from a 2024 master plan recommendation. A district that Edison Township has never enacted, never even voted on, or never made it real. A zoning district that does not exist is not a public benefit. It is not a legal basis for anything.
I'm sorry, folks, just so you know, I did say during the beginning that there's going to be no applause, no booing, no interrupting anyone. Please allow the gentleman to speak and give each person speaking the same courtesy.
Okay.
Thank you.
I also want the board to know that this very board denied a quick check application at 425 to 431 Plainfield Avenue in 2022. Case Z152022. Quick Check is an established operator. That site was planned in a planned business zone, a more permissive zone than this one. That applicant was denied. This applicant is new. This site is residential. If Quick Check did not qualify, Ali Enterprises should not qualify. And I have a few questions for the board and the planners for the applicants.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention, and I know that these meetings, everybody's not used to these meetings all the time. We didn't have our planner testify yet. It was our civil engineer and our traffic engineer. Yeah. So that's fine. We will have our planner. We will have our planner testify later. So items about the master plan and the criteria that you cited earlier, we will address those during our planning testimony.
So again, shouldn't the
Please,
case
no,
be...
I'm sorry, please do not shout from the audience, okay? Please, if you have a question, you come forward. Please do not yell from the audience. It's disruptive and not respectful of the applicant or the other people in the audience and the board.
In
Thank
all
you.
the cases, so far what we have heard and what I have heard in the past, the applicant has completes their case and we get to ask the questions. Now we are giving an opportunity for them to take our questions and then come prepared and then try to convince this board, which I think is not fair. Okay.
Sir, just whatever they put on the record beyond this, so if the public's going to have an opportunity, then they're going to go, as Mr. Duval stated, they're going to go back and possibly revise their plan and then resubmit and possibly resubmit. So any testimony that they give beyond the closing of the public portion, they'll go to the public again. So you're going to have two opportunities for the public to speak. So it's not, this is not, you're not at all limited. They're giving you multiple opportunities for you to speak. And that's within the municipal land use law.
Okay. So I have a few questions.
Sure.
The applicant's planning consultant confirmed in writing this application requires a D1 use variance. The expert said that. Can the board identify from this record tonight any specific benefit this convenience store provides to Edison Township?
So what I'll do to answer your question is I'll have our civil engineer and traffic engineer speak to that from their disciplines, and they can give you their opinion as to what benefits from a civil engineering perspective and a traffic engineering perspective.
Talking specifically about convenience store. What benefit the convenience store will add? I'm not talking about the other modifications that you are proposing. Modifications are a byproduct. Your primary goal is the convenience store, right?
No, I mean
No. Tell me what does the convenience store add value to the residents?
So I would wait for our planner to testify about that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right. And also the New Jersey Appellate Division held in Sadala versus East Brunswick. That demolishing a prior non-conforming use and constructing a new constructing a new one requires a D1 variance. The applicant is demolishing everything and building everything new. Is there any legal argument in this record that distinguishes this from Sadala? The Sadala versus East Brunswick case, are you aware of it?
I'm aware of the case law on D2.
Can I just,
D2
may I just interrupt for one moment here? It's also referring to another point you made previously. Each application is unique upon itself, right? This application will rise and fall on its own merits. What happened in a different case, you can make similarities to it, but it's a separate application and it is not binding on this board. It's just so you know, okay? I just wanted to put that in there so you have a sense of that. Thank you.
Thank you. But my question was, is there any relevance? Did anybody look into this? That was my question, but yeah, I got your point. Okay, the board denied the quick check application at 425-431 Plainfield Avenue in 2022, a more established operator in a more permissive zone. Can the applicant explain on the record what makes this application stronger than one this board has already denied?
We don't have to do that. We just have to demonstrate under the Medici case why we meet the criteria.
And again, it's a separate application. It's unique upon itself. Thank you.
Okay, and irrespective of all the technicalities, all the rules and everything, right, I just want to show some things which are the facts which are happening on the ground, right? What is the current status? I got some pictures.
Okay, you took those pictures? Okay, show them to Mr. Javell first, and then you can.
To whom?
Time.
Sir, I'm going to let you finish on the picture since you started on this, but your time is up, just so you're aware.
Some of the pictures which shows how the site is. The picture which shows how the site is maintained, managed today.
And you took those pictures, correct?
Yeah, I took
what date were those pictures taken?
So I took on the day when the first hearing was there, that was on May 12th. And then I took yesterday the pictures.
Okay.
So just so we have it for
Any
the record.
objection?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not objecting. I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
So you have the date and the time in the top corner. I see that on the pictures?
If that's the case, that's fine.
So I'm just saying, that's when you took them?
Yeah.
That's when you took them, okay. And then where you have the Google Drive at the bottom, it's not from Google Earth. You actually took the picture and just saved it on your Google Drive on your phone?
On the phone.
Okay.
Okay. All right, great, thank you. All right.
And
so-
also, last point, right?
Yes.
The last point is, I have taken a picture of the traffic on the weekend, how many cars are parked there, how they are parked in parallel parking. And when this convenience store comes in, who is stopping, who is monitoring that they don't park the cars in front of my house doing this? As it is, there is no, as it is when there is no convenience store, that's how it is traffic is today. Or that's how the number of cars. The only parking spots that are available is 2 or 4, but people just come in, park there, and do whatever they want.
Sir, you're talking about the existing, right?
Yes.
Not the proposed?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Could you please bring those up, and we'll
Yeah,
mark
sure.
those 01 and 02, I guess? How many are there?
Hold on, I'll tell you. How many pictures are there, sir? It looks like there's about 6 or 7?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right, well,
You can mark it 01.
01 as a packet, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Give it to Rachel, please. All right, thank you, sir. Anything else?
One last point I want to add. So sorry about that. Okay, I have read through all the Oprah records from Oprah, whatever the things is. I have read through all the Oprah documents that have come through. I have read through the safety reports that has come through. I have read through the police report, whatever it is. But I personally want to say that I had 2 burglaries in my house. It is not covered in any of the report. When there is no convenience store where people don't stand or the traffic comes in and traffic goes out. I had 2 robberies in my house. I don't want to live in a community, in a residential area where I have threat. I cannot live there peacefully. That's what I want to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, next person within 200 feet. Folks, you are reminded that there will be no applause, no booing, no cheering of any. Sorry, sir, I'm speaking. There's going to be one person speaking at a time. You'll have your opportunity to be heard. Also, if you have any questions, the folks, residents are reminded, please ask questions at the beginning of your testimony prior to giving an opinion so that it does not count towards your time. Ma'am.
Just please raise your right hand. Please. Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Yes.
Please state your full name and spell it for the record and your address, please.
Sure. My name is Kathy Miro, Kathy with a C, M-I-R-O. I live at 420 Dorm Avenue, directly across from the gas station.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Just a reminder to speak in the microphone, and you may proceed. Thank you so much.
I was asked to speak about traffic and pedestrian safety because we're all concerned in our neighborhood.
Microphone.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Good evening. Again, my name is Kathy Miro, and I drive through the intersection of New Dorm Avenue and New Dorm Road every single morning. I work in Scotch Plains. That's the way I go. I sit in traffic. I watch it back up. I can't even get out of my driveway as things are now. Okay. I need the board to understand what a service F means in this situation. Level F is not a grade. It's just not bad. It means the intersection has already exceeded its capacity. It means drivers coming down southbound and Dorm Avenue wait an average of 250 seconds, over 4 minutes, just to make a turn. Every single morning before the store opens, before a single new customer is going to pull in for coffee and newspaper, this is already going on. It's already bad. The applicant's own traffic study submitted by the applicant to support the application admits the intersection already fails. And the same study proposes to add hundreds and additional vehicles per trip to an already failing corner. There are 3 specific safety failures in the engineering record that have been fixed, that have never been fixed. Number 1, there's no loading zone on this site. A 2,820 square foot convenience store gets multiple deliveries every day. Bread, cigarettes, those trucks have to go somewhere, there's nowhere. So if they stop on New Dorm Road or New Dorm Avenue, Dorm Road, this is a big road. Trucks blocking it create, problem. You can't, the deliveries they said wouldn't interfere with our lives, but they will, because you can't know when a delivery comes if it's backed up. I can't even get Amazon on time anymore. So these trucks are going to be coming and going, and I live across the street. And and when I was here last time, everybody talked about the good of the neighborhood. It's good for the neighborhood. Neighborhood doesn't think it's good. I've been here since I'm 7 years old. I graduated J.P. Stevens, okay? I lived on Yolanda Drive. I love the neighborhood so much. It's such a great neighborhood. I moved around the corner so I could take care of my mom and dad, and I'm at 420. It's already hard. We have now an apartment building that's Metuchen, but it's on my street, and they have 255 people moving in there. That's all going to funnel through for 287 as well. We don't need another convenience store. You want to upgrade the Shell station? I used to go there when the Smulders brother owned it, and the milk machine was there. I get it. It's old, but not a convenience store. We already have problems with the red roof down the street, with a lot of nasty stuff that goes on. And now this is bringing more people. It's not a destination. It's a destination now. It's not a stop like gas. And I don't want that in my neighborhood. I love my neighborhood. Like I said, I'm old. I went to J.P. Stevens when the dinosaurs roamed, okay? So this, to me, it's a desecration of where I live. I love where I live. I love it. It's convenient to the store, the shore in Pennsylvania. But you're going to come in, you're going to put this store, and it's going to uproot what it is. It's a really good neighborhood. My neighbors are wonderful. We're all friendly. We help each other. I'm an animal lover. They stop by my house. I pet their dogs, and this is going to change everything. I wanted to read all the statistics, but I'm talking to you from the heart, from where I live. Please don't do this. Would you want a convenience store across from where you live, honestly? Would you want that? Nobody wants that. So I'm begging you to please consider. They want to do some upgrades on the Shell station, fine. We lived through a lot of upgrades. We lived through a lot of changes in our area. 2 houses go down, they're building 10 houses there, right across on the other side of Dorm Avenue. 2 houses went down on New Dorm Road. 1 house went down, they're building 2 houses. It's getting more and more congested. So I guess I'm just asking you to really consider to save our neighborhood. I don't know if that means anything to anybody there. Sometimes I've never been here before. I never come for anything. I always feel that a lot of things have been pre-decided before you come here, and protocol just is to please everybody. But this time, this hit me in the heart. So I'm just going to ask you to keep our neighborhood the good, wonderful neighborhood it is. Don't bring any more people. Don't bring any more traffic. It's 11, what they say, there's going to be a certain amount of spaces. So if there's 11 spaces and then there's some other spaces and then 15 people want coffee instead of the 11 spaces, are they parking on my street now? I can't get out of my driveway as it is. I got to leave for work 15 minutes early to make sure I'm not late. I work in a salon, and you know how crazy women are when you're late with their hair. So I'm just saying, just please think about it before you pass this, because this neighborhood's a wonderful neighborhood. Please don't ruin it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next person within 200 feet.
Hi.
Hey.
My name is...
Hold on.
Yep.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes, please continue.
Hi. My name is Randall Saldana, R-A-N-D-A-L-L. Last name Saldana, S-A-L-D-A-N-H-A. I live at 778 New Durham Road. Firstly, I do agree with my neighbors who live at 420 Durham Avenue and 421 Durham Avenue. Just to add to Kathy's point, I'm right at the intersection of Durham and New Durham. So living at 778, for me, taking a left going towards Metuchen is like a 12-round boxing game, honestly, every day. Unfortunately, there has never been any kind of traffic impact done to the houses that are right on the cusp or the entrance of 287. For me, as Kathy said, if she has to leave 15 minutes early, I got to leave like 30 minutes early just to take a left, just to get into Metuchen, which is like a 3-minute drive. So that's not the point, but I do agree with them with the traffic, the kind of folks that are now going to come there. It's going to become a destination. Nobody's just going to come, grab a cup of coffee and go. People are going to come, they're going to have a smoke, they're going to drink a coffee, and then go. So it's going to be a destination. But my third point today is about the environmental impact. The site has underground fuel storage tanks for decades, and decades of fuel fill operations, fuel lines in the soil. Every environmental engineer will tell you the same thing. Gas stations are one of the leading sources of soil and groundwater contamination in the country. The US EPA says a single gallon of leaked gasoline can contaminate 1 million gallons of groundwater. 1 gallon, 1 million gallons. So the applicant wants to demolish the entire site. That means excavating, that means disturbing whatever's in the ground. If there is contamination down there, and at a decades-old gas station where there will be, most likely, digging it up mobilizes it. It spreads into the soil, into the water, into the yards and basements of everyone nearby, including mine. So there's one point that I definitely want to bring up. The board's own engineer required an environmental impact study. The first letter was sent out Feb 5th, 2026. Then there was an amended letter that was sent out again in February, and a third one in March 2026. 3 times. But that study has never been submitted. Not a single page. The board does not know what's in that ground. The applicant does not know. Or if they do, they're not telling us. So there's another problem. The board's engineer found that the proposed building currently sits directly over a 1961 sewer easement running through this property. The building physically conflicts with existing underground infrastructure. That was flagged in February as well. It was flagged again and again and again. Has the building been moved? No. It still sits on top of that sewer line. We're not asking for anything extraordinary. We're just asking this board to require the environmental study, and its own engineer requested 3 times before anybody votes. My family's health, our neighborhood's family health depends on it. Our water depends on it. Please deny or table this application until we have those answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person, resident within 200 feet.
Mr. Chairman, that gentleman brought up a good point about the environmental. Could we just address it?
Sure.
Okay. So the concern about the environmental, we understand that. This will actually be a benefit to that, and I'll explain why. I'll let Mr. Henry, who testified at the last meeting, explain, and he went over the environmental history and summary of the current conditions. And he'll also explain that the DEP has been monitoring this with the applicant's consultant. But if there is any groundwater contamination or any soil contamination beyond what's already been remediated, we'll have to clean that up. So that actually will be a benefit. So that will be removed. But I don't disagree. We have all of the environmental data. If the board wants to see that, we're more than happy to provide it. Jim, do you want to just give an overview of where the
And also, before we begin, I just remind you are under oath. Remain under oath. Okay,
yeah,
thank
so
you.
just to be clear, Jim,
Yeah.
you acknowledge you're still under oath and your license is still current and in good standing?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So before the meeting, the last meeting actually, I spoke to the LSRP of record on the property.
Indicate
Explain what LSRP is.
What their
So
responsibility.
licensed site remediation specialist.
And just so the public understands, it's an independent environmental specialist who comes in, who has a license, and they come in and they review all the environmental studies and make sure all the testing is done and any remediation is done, and their license is on the line, and they report to the state whether or not the applicant has done what they are legally required to do. Is that a fair assessment?
And that's also public record as well.
And that's also public record. Okay, thank you. Okay, please continue.
Just give an overview of where the property is today and what's transpired.
Sure. So there was Site Remediation Group issued a report dated November 14th, 2025. A remedial action report was issued in 2013 for the site, which allowed for natural attenuation to take place. And what natural attenuation is for the board and for the public is that any contamination that might exist on site will naturally degrade over time. So there's groundwater monitoring that occurs that the LSRP does over a period of time. And then he submits those samples to the NJDEP. So there's a record that it slowly is dissipating over time, any contamination on site. We can submit that report, but basically there's a remedial action report issued, which basically sets up a program on the monitoring that is required to take place.
And the other thing,
And that gets approved by the state, correct?
and that gets approved by the state. And the other thing about the overall site is the tanks that are in the ground, we're going to be removing them. We're going to be installing state-of-the-art double wall fiberglass tanks. So the way that works is there's 2 walls inside the tank. If there's ever a crack or let's say something gets into it, a root or something goes into the tank, an alarm goes off. There's an alarm built into the system, and then they're immediately required to remove the tanks and fix it. Whereas the older tanks, which typically were metal and were installed, in the 70s and 80s, didn't have that. So if there was ever, a root or something that went into the tank, you had no idea. So, that's kind of. I just want to. A lot of people reference gas stations being dirty and that sort of thing, whereas now with the new technology, that's not so much the case.
And that would be a benefit in your mind, from a civil engineering perspective.
Yes, correct.
And if the board would like, we're happy to submit the documentation that Mr. Henry was just referencing.
Yes, please do.
Okay.
Thank you. You done, Mr. Duval?
Yes.
All right, good, thank you. All right, next member of the public within 200 feet.
Okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Okay, please state and spell your full name and your address, please, for the record.
My name is Raghuram Rayasam, R-A-G as in George, H-U-R-A-M. Last name R-A-Y-A-S-A-M. I live right across the gas station, 2 Yolanda Drive, Edison 08817.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you for answering the previous question about the environment. We are okay with the gas station, but not with the convenience store. But let me start my... To be completely honest, I'm a very shy person. Public speaking does not come easily to me at all. But I'm standing here tonight because my entire future is at stake. My lifelong earning, my home, my children's future are all on the line. Everything we have built depends entirely on a yes or no from the zoning board tonight. My bedroom window faces this gas station. And in the previous meeting, the applicant was simply not truthful with this board. They claimed the gas station used to be open 24 hours, 24/7. We have our neighbors here who have lived here over 20 years who can testify that this is completely false. Am I right? Yeah, thank you. Furthermore, their site engineer claimed there would be no light spillage onto our homes. But where is the proof? They were just taken by their words, but there is no proof. No lighting expert has testified. No professional lighting studies have been admitted into the evidence. They are asking you to just take their words while our bedrooms are flooded with light.
Before you continue, sir, no, I was just going to say, if you had a question about the lighting plan.
I will ask the question at the end. I'm just talking now about my points, and we can go to the questions at the end.
Okay.
Thank you. The engineer also claimed their sewer improvements would benefit. Currently, there is no flooding problem attributed to this site. How can they claim to fix problem that doesn't exist without producing any proof or any data? And what about the constant humming noise from commercial vacuum and air pumps right next to our properties? What about the environmental impact? They have provided zero environmental studies regarding fuel spillage. My neighbor already spoke to that. I want you to look at sheer scale of what they're trying to force into our neighborhood. My entire property is under 1,400 square feet, but this convenience store right opposite to my house, it is 2,820 square feet. It's so huge, more than double the size of my home. How can you allow a commercial building of that massive scale to sit right in our quiet RV residential zone? I want to ask each of you on board to truly put yourself in our shoes. Will you be okay if your own child is waiting for a school bus and strangers are loitering or smoking right in front of them? Will you be okay if something happens to your kids crossing the street because of the heavy traffic generated by an unneeded store? Will you be okay if your health is ruined because car headlights are flashing directly into your bedroom? This property is only 0.3 acres. Every homeowner here has to strictly follow Edison's residential zoning rules, why is commercial applicants allowed to bypass those buffer rules right next to our homes? This project threat to our kids, ruins our sleep, and brings zero proof of safety. This is substantial harm. I am asking this board to protect the family who actually live here. Please reject this application. Please say no to this variance. And I have a few questions to ask on lighting. Your engineer testified that there will be no light spillage onto residential property since no licensed lighting expert has testified and no formal lighting study has been submitted into evidence. What scientific proof or data are you basing this claim on? And I have a few more questions. I can go all at once, or I can wait for your answer for this.
Does the chairman want him to ask all the questions?
So the problem is if you stop for them to answer questions, it's going to eat into your time. So eventually you're going to run out of 6 minutes. So which is why I said multiple times to ask your questions prior to your commentary.
Okay.
So why don't we do this? Why don't you ask all your questions, and then I'll have Mr. Henry or Mr. Verderisi respond.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
On the sewers and
First one was lighting, right? That was the first one? Okay, go ahead with the next.
on the sewer and flooding, you testified that your proposal sewer improvements will benefit our neighborhood since there is currently no flooding problem attributed to this site. What specific engineering data proves this change is benefit rather than an environmental hazard? On noise, what are the exact decibel levels of commercial vacuum air pumps and what measures are being taken to shield residential homes from that constant low frequency noise? And on zoning and driveways, one side of this site faces an industrial zone and other faces our residential neighborhood. Why is the traffic flow and main exit directed towards the quiet residential side where our family lives instead of the industrial side? Thank you.
Okay. So Jim, why don't you address the neighbors' first 2 points, I guess, or questions regarding lighting and stormwater?
Sure. The first comment about the lighting, we did submit a professional lighting plan, and that's sheet 11 of 28, where we did provide that to the board for review. We modeled it, and we have 0-foot candles at the property lines. We can take a look at it and see if we can reduce it further. That'll be part of our next, iteration that we're looking at. But we are 0-foot candles at the residential property lines. The second item was regarding drainage. I mentioned we're reducing drainage. Reducing drainage reduces flow off-site, which helps with any sort of stormwater or any sort of rainfall, any sort of localized flooding that occurs. In addition, it also helps with water quality. The less impervious, generally speaking, the less contaminants that might be able to get into stormwater. So that's a very common thing that we use in land use as far as a benefit. As far as noise from the vacuum, I believe we testified as part of the previous application that we were going to remove the vacuum, being that I believe some of the board members and some of the public had comments about it. So we're going to agree to remove it, the air and the vacuum. And then
The last question was about the location of the driveways. Do you want Nick to take that, or?
Yeah, I'll let the traffic engineer, Nick, take that.
Nick, you acknowledge you're still under oath?
Yes.
And your license is still current and good standing?
It is.
Yeah, and just identify yourself again.
Nicholas Verderisi, Verderese.
And you heard the gentleman's question about the traffic flow?
I did.
Okay.
I looked back at our traffic counts. The majority of the traffic is actually oriented to New Durham Road. About 75 to 80% of the traffic currently utilizes that. We anticipate it to remain the same.
Okay. And also I think there was a previous question about the intersection, and I know you testified at length at this, but do you agree that, or was it your opinion that the improvements being made to the intersection are a substantial benefit from a safety perspective to the area?
Yes, safety as well as capacity operation of the intersection.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Next person within 200 feet. Sir.
Hi, good evening.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Yes.
Please state your full name for the record, spell it, and your address.
Sure. My name is Rahul Dhawan. Rahul, Dhawan. I'm a resident of 419 Durham Avenue. Good evening, Chairman and the members of the Zoning Board. As I said, my name is Rahul, and I stay on 419 Durham Avenue. I'm here tonight to strongly oppose the request to permit a convenience store in a residential RB zone. Let me be entirely clear. This hearing is not about a debate whether convenience stores are viable businesses. The question before the board is whether this specific location is appropriate. It's absolutely not. Our neighborhood is zoned residential for a vital reason. Families purchase their homes here with reasonable, legally backed expectation that township would protect their character, safety, and quality of life of this Durham community. Approving this application does not just weaken that promise, it completely shatters and betrays it. Look at where this project is being aggressively squeezed, right between the two heavy traffic corridors, Durham Avenue and New Durham Avenue, converging near the high-frequency exit tree of Route 287. This is already a location notorious for accidents, risk, and also for traffic violations. To be very clear, 20 days in a month, out of 30 days, there's always a traffic car flashing red lights out there. I don't know where the traffic violations and the data that's coming out, but I will ask the questions towards the end. Unlike a standard gas station where the customers fuel up and immediately leave, the convenience stores operates as a high-intensity commercial destination. It thrives on relentless high-volume flow of traffic, making short-duration stops by taking dangerous, abrupt, and reckless maneuvers throughout the day, deep into the night, given the geographic location of that triangle over there. This proposal guarantees a surge of idling vehicles, heavy delivery trucks, ambient noise, and litter. Today, it is just a gas station. Tomorrow, with a convenience store, it will be a vaping, smoking joint, and you never know it is. In future, with a push for the liquor license, it can become a perfect hub for antisocial behavior and crime with immediate, easy escape access via Route 3 to Route 287. This is not an emotional speculation. Allowing a convenience store in a residential zone is a predictable land use nightmare, which none of the zoning board members would also want next to their homes. Then why us? Zoning boards are tasked with the risk management and proactive protection. You cannot ignore the hard data and research documents which are publicly available regarding what such an action brings to Durham neighborhood. The Rutgers University study, which is very popular, you can go and check it, it's on internet. Recent peer-reviewed research proves that the crimes, specifically robberies, aggravated assaults, and gun violence are significantly more concentrated around the convenience-type stores than most other nearby commercial use locations. The Atlantic City case study, Rutgers researchers and the Atlantic City Police Department found that these specific operations strain public resources so heavily that relentless targeted police interventions are required just to keep the robberies down to around such joints. The US Department of Justice. Federal data has long established that the exact format proposed here, extended hours, gasoline service, large parking areas, easy access to highways, creates a disproportionate and severe risk of robberies and public nuisances. If these 27 variances are approved, I fear this convenience store parking lot will become a perfect, permanent parking spot for Edison's newly acquired MRAP, mine-resistant, ambush-protected military vehicle, which the Edison Township Council recently approved. Is that what we want next to our door? No. A commercial use so volatile that it requires a military-grade policing? I don't think so. Introducing a known documented crime attractor into the quaint residential area zone introduces an unacceptable, avoidable dangers to our home, our families, our senior citizens, and our children. If the applicant intends to mitigate these dangers, their actions display a shocking and arrogant disregard for this community. The board's own engineer in the later dated March 26, 2026, explicitly mandated under Section 4.8 that the applicant must discuss proposed security provisions, surveillance cameras, and security lighting, which clearly indicates that even the applicant and the board's engineer acknowledge the inevitable threat to the nearby Durham residents and community this convenience store poses. If this proposal has truly no negative impact on safety, traffic, loitering, flooding, and neighborhood character, I ask this board one fundamental question: why does this applicant need 27 separate variances to build it? 27 variances is not a minor adjustment. It's a wholesale rewriting of the law. These 27 variances exist precisely because this project is fundamentally incompatible with the residence zone and hostile to the neighborhood. If the applicant argues tonight that there is no evidence this specific store will cause problems, our response is unyielding. Residents are not required to wait until a crisis occurs or tragedy strikes before asking this board for protection. Zoning exists to prevent foreseeable conflicts before they happen, not after the residents are forced to repeatedly call 911. Our township's master plan exists for the exact moment to stand as a wall between the incompatible land uses and protect residents' needs from predatory commercial greed and encroachment. If zoning board approves these variances, the board is setting dangerously destructive precedent that the residents' zoning protections will be dismantled when a commercial applicant decides a larger business will be more profitable. The burden and the fallout of this project will not fall on the applicant. They will take their profits and go home. The burden will squarely fall on Durham neighborhood that will be left to face the issues arising out of this fallout. We demand that you preserve the integrity of our zoning laws to protect our families, protect our safety, protect the life savings that we have invested into this community, and deny the proposal for convenience store. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next person within 200 feet. Good evening.
Hi. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Can you please state your name, spell it, and give your address, please?
Yes, Mike Miro, 420 Durham Avenue, directly across the street from the proposed convenient mart. I chose this neighborhood on purpose. I spent weeks looking before I bought my home. I chose this block because it is a residential, because its yards and sidewalks and character. And I chose it knowing it was zoned residential, which meant no gas station convenience stores moving in across the street. So let me tell you what this application will look like from the street, from our street. The applicant proposes a freestanding sign that is 23 feet tall. For context, the Edison Township ordinance limits signs to 8 feet in this zone. That sign is nearly 3 times the legal height. It would tower over our neighborhood. You would see it from far down the road. And a part of the sign, part of it, is proposed to be placed in a public right-of-way, on public land. Let me be clear about what that means. The zoning board has authority to grant variances from the township zoning code. It does not have the authority to authorize private structures on public land. You cannot give away the public right-of-way. That sign cannot be legally approved as proposed. The building itself will sit 4.2 feet from Durham Avenue. Our homes sit at proper residential setbacks. This commercial building would be practically on the sidewalk. It would look like it belongs in a strip mall, not in our neighborhood. And then there are property values. My home is the biggest investment that we've ever made. A peer-reviewed study, the Journal of Sustainable Real Estate, studied 601 residential units near gas stations and found that home prices decline the closer they are to the gas station. The closer you are, the bigger the loss. I'm right across the street, maybe about 50 feet away. No one property value study has been submitted in this application, not one page. The applicant's own planning consultant required the applicant to provide information about the aesthetic impact of this project on the neighborhood. That requirement is in February 2026 planning letter. That information was never provided. The board's job is to protect residential neighborhoods. Please do that tonight. Deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next, just have one other thing. On the underground storage tanks, I know they're going to be removed, and they're going to be tested, of course. The soil will be tested. And how about our properties? Will they be tested with some monitoring wells, or?
Whatever is appropriate based on what the LSRP.
So I guess they will, for the well, we need testing to make sure that our property is not contaminated. I don't know that the gas stations is.
The LSRP will follow the NJDP's rules.
Okay, no problem. The one question I have, the proposed 23.5 feet tall, that's the sign that they're proposing. The Edison ordinance allows 8 feet. The proposed building is 4.2 feet from the sidewalk. These are not minor variances. There are fundamental conflicts with the residential character of this zone. Can the board approve a project that looks this different from everything else on the street? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next person within 200 feet.
Before, Mr. Chairman, before the next member of the public speaks, can I just have Mr. Henry touch on the sign real quick?
Sure.
So I just want to clarify on the sign. So the sign itself is the same height as the existing sign that's out there. The member of the public was making it seem like we're making it bigger or something like that. So like the sign is 23.5 feet. We're proposing 23.5 feet. We're actually reducing the square footage of the existing sign that's out there. We're just simply relocating it because we moved the building, and then that would be within the county right away, and that would be county jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you may proceed. You raise your right hand, and our attorney will swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Would you please state your name, spell it, and give your address?
My name is Dharani Takkalapati. First name is spelled as Dharani. Last name T as in Tom, Akkelapati. Good evening, everyone.
Oh, sorry.
And your address, please?
Yeah, I was going to ask.
421 Durham Avenue. My property is right next to the gas station,
Thank you.
which had 2 burglaries already within 20 years. Okay, so the property that is the subject of this application is located at the intersection of New Durham Road and Durham Avenue, one of the busiest and most critical intersections in this area. This intersection serves as a vital transportation link for residents of Edison, Metuchen, Piscataway, and South Plainfield. It is also located approximately 500 feet from the exit 3 of Route 287, making it a major access point for both local and regional traffic throughout the day. I come tonight not only as someone who lives in this neighborhood, but also as a teacher who understands the importance of providing children with a safe environment in which to learn, grow, and travel. My concern is for every child who walks, rides a bicycle, or waits for a school bus at this intersection each day. Firstly, elementary, middle, and high school students use the sidewalks and cross New Durham Road to reach school bus stops located on both New Durham Road and Durham Avenue. Every school day, parents and grandparents wait on these corners to drop off and pick up children. Preschool and elementary school families also use these intersections at multiple times throughout the day. These children are already navigating unsafe conditions due to long lines of queued vehicles extending well beyond the intersection, frustrated drivers making dangerous maneuvers to bypass traffic, cars and trucks accelerate through the intersection as soon as they find an opening. This intersection already operates at level of service F during the morning peak hours, which is the lowest traffic performance rating. According to the Transportation of America website, LOSF represents a traffic breakdown where there are more vehicles than the roadway can safely accommodate, resulting in stop-and-go traffic, excessive delays, and frequent congestion. Approving a 2820 square foot convenience store with an expanded fueling canopy and 4 fuel dispensers will significantly increase vehicle trips to this already failing intersection. More vehicles will mean more turning movements, more driver frustration, more opportunities for crashes, and greater danger for pedestrians. I'm also deeply concerned about the applicant's proposal to reconfigure the site's entrances and exits. These changes will create additional vehicle movements, including vehicles entering and exiting the property from directions that motorists, pedestrians, and bicyclists do not currently encounter. Drivers traveling in opposite directions will be turning into and out of the side, while other vehicles are attempting to merge, queue, or bypass congestion. These added turning movements increase the likelihood of confusion, sudden stops, and collisions. The proposal also includes multiple access points onto Durham Avenue, creating additional conflict points for motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians. Rather than simplifying traffic circulation, these changes introduce new and unpredictable vehicle movements at an intersection that is already operating under failing conditions. Every additional conflict point increases the risk for the children and families who use these sidewalks every single day. The larger fueling operation will attract additional passenger vehicles and larger trucks traveling to and from 287 throughout the day, including the hours when students are walking to school buses or returning home. Increased police response to traffic accidents or unsafe driving would only add to the congestion and further delay emergency response and traffic flow. During the winter months, these risks become even greater. I ask the board to consider how children using wheelchairs, crutches, or other mobility devices and parents pushing strollers will safely navigate these already congested streets. Edison is recognized for its outstanding blue ribbon schools. Shouldn't the routes children take every day to reach these schools be equally worthy of protection? Safe access to school is one of the most fundamental responsibilities of our community. Also, children of all ages ride bicycles through this neighborhood and regularly cross at the intersection of Durham Avenue and New Durham Road. This proposal will make that crossing even more hazardous. Secondly, I also ask the board to consider the broader impacts of introducing a convenience store into the heart of this residential neighborhood. The existing gas station does not sell tobacco products, vaping products, marijuana products, or alcohol. A convenience store would fundamentally change that character. Stores of this type often become gathering places for students, teenagers, and adults during the afternoon, evening, and late night hours. Easy access to tobacco and vape products raises legitimate concerns for nearby families. If alcohol sales are ever permitted in the future, those concerns would only increase.
Ma'am, your time is up.
I have one question.
Ma'am, your time is up.
One question, sir.
Your
please.
time is up.
This is for the planner.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay,
Thank you so much. Next person with 200 feet of subject site want to be heard, sir?
Mr. Chairman, could we have the traffic engineer just?
Actually, hold on. You're next, but the attorney did want to respond.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the prior speakers, a couple of the comments slash questions. So Nick, your office prepared a traffic study that you testified to at the last meeting?
Correct.
And how long have you been preparing traffic studies in New Jersey?
36 years now.
Approximately
35.
Approximately how many gas station convenience store applications have you worked on?
Probably a couple hundred.
How many cases have you worked on intersections such as county roads or state highways?
The majority.
Okay. And you've been speaking with the county as it relates to the design or future design of this intersection?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. So just going down or kind of hitting some of these points, do you believe that the driveways create more conflicts, or do you believe that the proposed driveways will actually improve circulation in the area?
Yeah, so there were changes to the driveway. So currently there's 4 driveways, 2 on New Durham Road, 2 on Durham Avenue. We're going to have the same 4 driveways, except on Durham Avenue, we're reducing the turning movements to an inbound and an outbound. So we're reducing the conflicts from the driveways. And we're actually narrowing the driveways. There was a comment as to pedestrians and children walking across the driveways. So the shorter driveways is a benefit because it's less distance to travel across the driveway.
All right. So in your professional opinion, the driveways are actually creating a safer condition than exists currently?
Correct.
All right. And then as it relates to the level of service, can you speak to how the level of service is impacted as a result of the improvements that you're making to the site?
Yeah, so even with some additional traffic associated with the convenience store addition, the improvements that we're proposing at the intersection have a substantial change. It's reduced delays by 1 to 2 minutes on some approaches.
Okay, so the levels of service are improving as a result of the improvements being made?
The delays are improving, yes.
Okay, great. And then in terms of the pedestrian activity, there was some, and it's a good question about how this proposal affects or does not affect pedestrian circulation, the fact that there might be school children in the area. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so we're providing crosswalks at the intersection that currently do not exist. Nice hatched continental striped crosswalk that doesn't exist today to get across the intersection.
All right, and there'll also be crosswalks at the driveways as well, correct?
Yeah, there'll be sidewalks that traverse across all 4 driveways, yes.
Okay, so again, in your professional opinion, the design that you're proposing has a positive impact on pedestrian circulation in the area?
It does.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next gentleman, sir. Please approach. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name, spell it, and give us your address.
Yeah, my name is Mogalappa Adiki, Mogalappa, and last name is Adiki, Adaki. I live on 37 Karen Place, Edison, across the Yolanda Drive. So we take a left turn on Yolanda Drive and get into the T junction where Karen Place is there. So in addition to, I'm not going to repeat the same thing that what has been discussed already, but only few points I want to bring up here, that this convenience store is not required here because we have convenience store across Durham Avenue, and also on the New Durham Road we have a Walgreen, and there is a Fresh Mart is also there. So so why it is not required here? Because it's not going to add any value to the residents instead of adding more problems to the residents living over there. We have seen robberies in our area, not only just on Durham Avenue, but also in Karen Place and Lydia Lane. We have seen in last 2 years, robberies, even daytime also it occurred. We can check in even police records. The traffic, what we were talking is, Metachan police is more active and patrol in Durham Avenue. So most of the time, they have the ticketing information, also the traffic, because that's where the comes. Like when we look at the Edison only, it's very part of it. But the other side of the Metachan side, we see that there's active police patrolling most of the time. And new apartment which is coming closest to the Metachan Metroplex, it's huge amount, like huge apartment, and that traffic is also going through the same Durham Avenue and going towards other places. So it's going to be but it's not yet, the apartment is not fully booked. So we have to take into consideration that also. And people coming from all of the sources, they will occupy the road on the Durham Avenue, and also so this will create a congestion. So when I come from any other side, taking left turn to the Yolanda Drive, it takes more time because I have to wait for more time on the road. So, and then convenience store will add more to that problem again for me to get inside the Yolanda Drive. And so that's one thing. And so the convenience store will add like creating like crime and robberies in our area. Yeah, so accidents we have seen on the fork, right, New Durham Road and...
Sir, I'm going to pause you just for 1 second. Folks, if you could please take your conversations outside the chamber. We really want to hear the speaker. If you have any conversations, it's distracting to the board. Sir, you may proceed. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so so we have seen like accidents on the fork, at the fork near the Shell gas pump, traffic coming from the New Durham Road and Durham Avenue. So most of the time it is really makes it difficult to take, get on to the New Durham Road from Durham Avenue. And then we have seen the accidents there also. So this will add more, problems to the accidents also. So we have to consider that. But I strongly oppose to have the convenience store in that place because it is not going to add any value to the resident. It will create more problems to the resident in that location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder, we are still within 200 feet of subject site, so any resident that received a notice via certified mail, please approach.
Good evening, respected
Excuse me,
members
sir.
of the board.
Sir, please raise your right hand.
And
Raise your right hand, please.
excuse me, my hearing is very much impaired. I am unable to answer your question.
Okay.
Please
Okay.
make it clear to me.
Raise your hand.
Okay, sir. That's it, yes.
Do you
Thank you.
Hold on.
I'm sorry
hold on, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give this evening is the whole truth?
Correct, sir.
Yes. Please state your full name and spell it for the record, please.
So this is swearing, that's it.
Yeah, your name.
Yes, sir.
Your name.
Your name, please.
I will let you know, sir. And respected audience, my name
sir-
is R.P. Cole. Right. Okay. Rajendra Prasad Cole is my name. I am living at 4 Castor Drive, Edison, for the last so many years. And I speak tonight on behalf of myself and many of the seniors in this neighborhood who have built their lives here. I want to begin with a simple truth. The people who will be most affected by this development are those with the best alternatives. That means we don't have many alternatives at our disposal. So we will be affected. Seniors on fixed incomes cannot absorb a decline in property values. No doubt, the proposal that has been proposed, this poses many, many negative implications. One such implication is, which I am discussing a little, so decline in property values. Seniors with sleep disorders cannot compensate for nighttime lighting at 4 times the permitted level. One thing, sir, more. Seniors with mobility challenges cannot negate a crosswalk that has not been certified for ADA compliance at a failing intersection. And seniors who have invested decades in a residential neighborhood cannot simply move when the neighborhood changes around them. Let me address each of these negative implications a little more. Property values. My home is my retirement. No doubt, my home was not built by me. It was actually the efforts of my son for the last 20 years. And with my blessings, it is the asset I have worked my entire adult life to accumulate. Every piece of research I have found on proximity to gas station, conversions in residential zones shows a measurable negative impact on surrounding home values. You can very well assess this. As the gas station is there, what it is emitting. So that can have large impact. The applicant has not submitted a single page analyzing what this development do to the property. Values in the neighborhood. If my home loses value because a convenience store was approved across the street, the financial impact on my retirement is real and permanent. Who will compensate? Who will compensate the seniors living in this neighborhood, including me, who one day will also fall in this category? This board should require that study before voting. Then second point, very important point, Lighting and sleep. I sleep lightly, as many seniors do. The applicant proposes canopy lighting. And actually, you know that no dark sky certification has been provided. No motion senior protocol has been committed to under section 37 and then schedule 61.5. No hours of operation have been disclosed. The canopy may run at full brightness at night. This is very dangerous, you can see. Every night, for a senior managing health conditions, artificial light flooding through the bedroom curtains all night is not a minor inconvenience. It's a great inconvenience. The American Medical Association, sir, the American Medical Association has been explicit about the health consequences of light at night for the older people like me. This board is being asked to approve that condition without a single protective measure in the record. Furthermore, sir, mobility and accessibility. The board's engineer required the design engineer to certify compliance with ADA accessibility guidelines and public rights of the way accessibility guidelines in every review letter. So there have been many letters to them, 3 times in writing. No certification has been provided till date. For seniors with walkers, canes, and wheelchairs, this is not bureaucratic paperwork. It is the difference between being able to safely cross Durham Avenue at this intersection or not. With the intersection already, a level of service app with vehicles queued and moving erratically, an uncertified crosswalk at this corner is a hazard I am not willing to accept. Answer. Crimes targeting seniors, chain snatching, mugging incidents, as seniors are greatly vulnerable. Then, sir, concluding it, seniors make long-term investments in their communities. We stay, we volunteer, we support local businesses, we watch over each other's properties. What we ask in return is that the residential character of our neighborhood be protected by the ordinances and boards whose job is to protect them. Please do your job. Please protect this neighborhood. Yes, sir. Please protect this neighborhood. Please deny this application. I thank you very much for listening to me, what I have said.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Highly thankful to you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, next resident within 200 feet of subject site. As a reminder, 200 feet of subject site means that you received the notice via certified mail.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just on a couple of the items the gentleman said, the canopy lights would not be on all night. We said that we would shut them off when it closes at 10 o'clock. We also indicated that the store would not reopen till 5 a.m. If the board felt 6 a.m. was more appropriate, that would be fine as well. And then on the certifications for the ADA, that comes up at the end, so the applicant needs to construct it and then has to get a certification that it was done pursuant to ADA standards. If they don't do it, they can't open, so they have to construct it per ADA standards, and that happens at the end of the process. So we would have to comply with that.
Thank you very much. Ma'am?
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state your name, spell it, and address.
Rodoshi Ghosh, R-O-D-O-S-H-I, and last name is Ghosh, G-H-O-S-H. I live in 418 Durham Avenue, which is just across the gas station. So today I want to talk about what happens to the neighborhood when it rains hard. This corner is already 86.4% impervious surface, nearly all pavement and canopy with almost no absorption capacity. When water falls on this site, It runs off immediately into the street drainage system. Residents near this corner have learned to live with the runoff pattern. The existing problem, as significant as it is at least a known quantity. The applicant claims the project will improve stormwater condition by reducing impervious coverage from 86.4% to 79.4%. That reduction amounts to roughly 1,100 square feet, just over 1/4% of an acre. And even this modest reduction is contingent on a questionable assumption that 6 banked parking spaces remain as landscaped areas and are never paved. The board's engineer specifically called this out in section 5.3 of all 3 review letters. The statement should be updated to reflect impervious coverage with the banked parking space being constructed. Banked spaces are by definition designed to be paved when demand increases. If they're ever constructed, the impervious coverage figures rises, possibly above 79.4%. But the drainage analysis does not account for that scenario. The applicant left it out. The reason this matters is that the drainage analysis was structured to avoid triggering major development review under New Jersey Stormwater Management Rule, NJAC 7.8. The thresholds are 1 acre of soil disturbance or 1/4 acre of new impervious surface. This 0.367 acre sites fall below both thresholds. The board's own engineer acknowledged this explicitly. Compliance with stormwater standard is achieved primarily through avoidance, not through actual stormwater management measures. The site still discharges sheet flow to New Durham Road and Durham Avenue. There is no retention, there is no detention, there is no on-site stormwater management infrastructure. The site is located in FEMA flood zone X shaded, a 0.2% annual chances flood hazard area. That means this corner has measurable flood risk. In a zone X shaded area, a site that is nearly 80% paved and draining to 2 county and municipal roads via sheet flow contributes to downstream flooding under heavy rain conditions. The applicant has not studied where a 100-year storm event does to runoff from this site under proposed conditions. The board's engineer also identified a specific infrastructure problem. Section 5.4 states that the arrangement of the inlet along New Durham Road near the traffic realignment appears irregular and should be reviewed for more consistent placement and curb line. An irregular inlet means water may not be captured efficiently. It may overflow or redirect towards adjacent properties. As of March 26, 2026 review, this has not been corrected. Finally, this is a gas station site. Stormwater runoff from a site with active fuel dispenser can carry hydrocarbon contamination, petroleum residue from fuel spills, tire rubbers, and vehicle drips. No plan has been submitted for preventing hydrocarbon contaminated stormwater from entering the municipal storm drainage system. These are engineering concerns raised in writing by the board's own engineer that have not been resolved. The stormwater record for this application is incomplete and inadequate. Please deny or table this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next resident within 200 feet.
Mr. Chairman, can Mr. Henry just address the stormwater comments raised?
Please.
So I wrote down some notes. So there was a comment that we didn't include the banked parking in our impervious coverage calculation. We did include the bank parking in our impervious coverage calculation, and we're still reducing impervious. There was another comment about that we were circumventing the rules by not being a major development. Even if we were tripped into a major development based on NJAC 7:8, we would be compliant by reducing impervious. So it's not that we were circumventing the rules by not tripping into the major development rules. even if we tripped into the major development rules, we would still be compliant because we're reducing impervious. So it's not that we're circumventing the rules, this is an improvement from a stormwater perspective. And the last item, I believe, that was mentioned was just regarding gas stations and how that's handled. There's an emergency response plan on every gas station in New Jersey. If there's some sort of spill or something, there's material you put down that will absorb the gas. So and there's an existing gas station there today. So they're going to continue to conform and follow the New Jersey regulations for any gas station in New Jersey for any type of spill or anything like that.
And the upgraded systems that we're proposing would improve that as well, correct?
Right. The upgraded systems we're proposing are a major improvement over existing. The double wall fiberglass tanks, right now, those do, I'm not sure if the existing ones are, but I know they're not state of the art. They're not up to current standards right now.
Thank you very much. Next resident within 200 feet. Anyone else within 200 feet want to be heard?
Hi.
Hi. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Sure, yes.
Yes. Please state your name, spell it, and give your address.
Yeah, my name is Suniti Shah.
Into the microphone, please.
Suniti Shah. First name is Suniti, S-U-N-I-T-I. Last name is Shah, S-H-A-H. I live in 417 Durham Avenue. I actually wasn't planned to question anything, but after listening all these things, I definitely agree that, I'm definitely not, sorry about that. I'm against the store. But beside the store, gentlemen are saying everything is covered and everything is, will be against whatever is required by the law. We are doing it. What's a guarantee? These are only words. At the end of the day, what's a guarantee that it will not reduce our value of our property? That, this whole, the flooding issue, the traffic issue, all these things will not go away. So, who's taking guarantee for that? I just want to know. We're just taking words. So, right now already I'm saying 417, so I'm like 3 houses away from the Shell gas station. I see traffic in the morning, another 2 houses down the road. So it's so long, and this whole big apartment that was built at the end of it, obviously it's in Metuchen, there's nothing we have control over. All this traffic comes, only on one side, and it's so much traffic. So I just don't see that they're going to solve this problem. How? There's no space for it. So, I'm just taking word for them, but at the end of the day, who's paying the price?
Well, the traffic, I won't address the traffic issue, but to your question as far as a guarantee, whatever they say and whatever testimony they provide, whatever documents they provide, if they don't do what they say they're going to do as far as the documents and the plans go, they will not get issued a certificate of occupancy to allow them to proceed. So they have to do whatever they say they're going to do, they must do. As far as the traffic issues, their traffic person can testify to that.
I totally understand, sir. But now with the store, now the robbery happens. Who's going to take care of that? Who pays the price? They're not going to go for that, right? We are the one who is paying for the price. First of all, our house value, everybody who says here, had a point. And it was even though I'm 2 houses after the Shell gas station, I still see the problem, the traffic issue, the steel, all the other issues they mentioned. I'm not too much about the soil and stuff. But my concern is literally the safety. Safety is the biggest concern here, because you will definitely, if you have a store, people will hang around there. There will be big lights and stuff like that. It's going to impact everybody. So I just wanted you guys to consider that. That, yes, they may have said, but I want to, like if somebody, the next door neighbor already had 2 times without this, robbery happened. So now there is more chances, and we are straight to 87 right after Shell gas station access to that. So people can just, go away. And you see lately how many cars are getting stolen. So my concern is more safety than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else within 200 feet of subject site wanting to be heard? Seeing none, we'll go outside 200 feet of subject site. Anyone wanting to be heard?
Hi, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. Please state your name, spell it, and give your address.
Sure. My name is Benoit Nair, Bhanwar. Last name is Nair, and it's Nancy, Ayyar. I reside at 16 Yolanda Drive, Edison, New Jersey. Been living there since March 2001.
You could adjust that microphone, make yourself more comfortable.
Oh, are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah, no, you just looked uncomfortable. Why don't you be?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
there you
cool.
go, sir.
This is better. All right.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So I just wanted to bring up a couple of points from last meeting and ask the questions. So one of the points that was mentioned last meeting was that this property used to be open 24 hours. Being that I've lived there over 20 years, I've never seen that property open 24 hours. So I just wanted to put that correction, and if they have any proof, they can provide it to the board, and we can discuss that later. Secondly, as a father of two daughters, me going into Woodrow, Rutgers, and J.P. Stevens, my daughters now are going to start going to Woodrow. They were part of St. Francis. I'm not opposing economic development here, but the safety. So as a lot of these residents mentioned, I'm not trying to repeat it, but we've had a lot of more than 25 cases in the last 2 months noted in Edison PD and Metuchen PD of stuff that happens at the Red Roof Inn and the other hotels, which is walking distance. So we're attracting that traffic towards a residential, number one. Number two, the lighting folks that they mentioned that the lights will be shut off after 10 p.m. Currently, that gas station closes at 9 or 10, depending on if they have help. That lights stay on all night. So that's still going to impact people that live right next door or behind. Thirdly, right, and this is just me sitting there asking everybody a question, what's the purpose of a business when you open a business? To attract traffic, to get more people. So when a traffic person is saying they're going to make the traffic better, isn't the purpose of rebranding this gas station to get more cars so they can make more money? It's a small business, right? So if you're going to attract more traffic, how are you fixing traffic? That's all I have to say on the questions that I answered about the 24 hours that were spoken under oath last time and the lighting.
Yeah, sure.
So as far as the okay. Yeah. So as far as the lighting, there are no restrictions that we're aware of as far as previous approvals, as far as the hours of operation of the lighting. Similarly, for the hours of operation, we don't believe there's any restriction on the previous approvals as far as the hours of operation on the gas station, and that's where that came from.
Yeah, and so what we would agree to as part of this approval, and we were putting them on the record as conditions or stipulations, that A, it would close at certain times, and B, that the lights would shut off at certain times. Obviously, with any business, you have to have some minimal security lighting on in the evening, but the predominant canopy lighting and site lighting would be turned off. And we'd also be happy to work with the police department, as many of these stores do, to talk about the lighting in the evening and make sure that the police department was comfortable with the way that the lighting was set up after hours, and we were more than happy to do that. And Nick, do you just want to touch on the traffic?
And just real quick about the lighting, typically what we do as the board professionals is we'll require a 6-month look back on lighting. When a board looks favorably upon an application, in their resolution, there are resolution conditions of their approval that they have to follow in order to get all of their permits. Typically, with most commercial type projects, we will require there be a 6-month look back. So they would go in, build whatever, and then they would have their initial kind of inspections done. And then 6 months later, you do another inspection to make sure everything is still in line with those resolution conditions to ensure that, you know, all the things that they agreed to here at the meeting are still being done.
Yeah, and also just to add to that, not only would they inspect to confirm we complied with the conditions of the approval, the look back also, if the board professionals have any recommendations on adjusting the lighting, we would have to adhere to those recommendations as well. Okay, so Nick, do you just want to touch on the gentleman's traffic comment?
Yes, so our traffic study shows additional traffic coming on and off because of the, you're adding a convenience store. What has been shown in the analysis is with the improvements proposed, the before and after condition, in the after condition, we have better operation and better safety at both the intersection and the driveways.
And also just and you indicated before that there are certain delays that are also being improved. Can you just speak to that and explain that?
Yes, because we're doing restriping and some construction at the intersection, we're adding a lane on Durham Avenue, so we improve the operation and reduce the delays on that approach.
So vehicles that may wait a certain amount of time now will wait less, and there'll be less queuing. Is that basically what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I would love to see, whenever the next hearing is to see the proposed lane thing, because last time when you guys showed the lane, right? If you even add a lane to go left, you're still bringing in more traffic in the gas station, right? And now with the convenience store, which is larger than some of the houses, you're getting more traffic even while people pulled in, or people, even currently, we see it every day, right? I mean, I've seen it growing up that cars cut across the gas station to go on the other side, and those cars are the ones that are getting into accidents. So you're not blocking an exit or an entrance. You're still keeping the same entrance exit is. You're shortening it to say if they're going to come in this way, they're going to go out. I mean, being that let's go by 6 months of traffic or 1 year of traffic, we've seen accidents in and out of that gas station more than rarely. And then even at that stop sign, if you put a lane to go left turn, you're still backing up traffic because those left lane that goes back, it can hold probably 1 or 2 cars because it's going to be like this way, V-shape.
Yeah, so before Nick responds to your question, just so you're aware, when we submit these traffic studies, we submit it to the town, their engineer and experts review it. So if they feel we didn't cover something, they'll let us know. Same thing, because this is a county road, we submit it to the county. If they feel we didn't cover something in the analysis, they'll let us know and we'll have to revise it. So independent experts have reviewed it. And then Nick, do you just want to respond to the last line of questioning?
Yeah, as far as the additional traffic, so if you look at the property and how it operates, so if your destination after you come to the property is to be on New Durham Road, you're not going to drive out onto Durham Avenue, wait in a long line of traffic to get onto Durham Road. As the gentleman mentioned, people are actually more comfortable, some of them cutting through our site to turn onto New Durham Avenue because there's less traffic coming out of our driveway than there is on Durham Avenue. So we don't see our traffic exiting the site, making a left turn.
Hang on one second. We asked for no interruptions, no outbursts, no applause. If you could please respect the board and respect the process and not interrupt. Sir, you may continue.
Yeah, so I'm going to point at the exhibit, which is probably A1, I'm guessing. Site plan, that might be 2, if you had an aerial. A2. So we have 2 driveways on New Durham Road, 2 driveways on Durham Avenue. If you come onto the property and your ultimate destination is to go east or west on New Durham Road, you're not going to turn left onto Durham Avenue, get in the back of the line of traffic, wait to get out here when you just come out of our driveway with the limited volume from our site and make a right turn or a left turn.
That I understand correctly. My last point. So we are saying that you're just saying that you're promoting people cutting through, right? Because it's easier.
No, I'm saying that our people do it. I'm acknowledging that people do that movement.
But it shouldn't be something we promote, right?
We're not promoting it, it just happens.
Just wanted to say it. Thank you.
Next person wanted to be heard. Ma'am, please approach.
Hi. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Okay, please state your name, spell it, and give your address.
My name is Nikita Joshi, Nikita, last name Joshi, Joshi.
There you go.
My name is Nikita Joshi, Nikita, last name Joshi, Joshi. I live in 414 Durham Avenue. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I'm here because it's not just a neighborhood to me, it's a home. I grew up here for the last 25 years, and I don't want to see this experience that I had growing up here change for today's children or families. My perspective not only comes from growing up in this community, but also from my education. I earned my bachelor's degree from Rutgers University in psychology with a concentration in human development, and my master's degree in education from Rutgers Graduate School of Education. Through my education and work with students, I've learned that how strongly a student's environment influences their development and decision-making and sense of belonging. One of the reasons families choose this neighborhood is because of this excellent school system and the ability for children to have access to all 3 schools' bus stations. The bus stops on Durham Avenue, Yolanda Drive, and Bryan Road have been in the same locations for decades. My older brother and I have used the same places that they use today for elementary, middle school, and high school. When I was growing up, my bus stop was directly across from the current gas station. Every morning, my friends and I would count the cars, watch the activity, talk before school. It was simple, it was part of growing up, building friendships, confidence, and independence. A gas station at that point only served one purpose: people fuel their cars and leave. Adding a convenience store changes the location into a destination, bringing more traffic, deliveries, and people who stay, socialize, and spend their time there. While this seems like a small change in land use, it creates a significant change in the environment surrounding our children's daily bus stops. Children and adolescents, especially between the ages of 11 and 18, are developing their identity, independence, decision-making skills, and sense of belonging. The environments that they experience every day influences their developmental stages. Having a commercial gathering place adjacent to the neighborhood bus stops increases students' exposures to new behaviors and social interactions that were not previously part of their daily routine. It also creates another location where students may choose to spend their time before and after school, at a time when schools continue to address the concerns about youth vaping, nicotine use, and other substance-related behaviors. I believe we should be reducing unnecessary exposures and opportunities, not creating new ones among the students' daily routes. Some may suggest that parents can simply drive their students to the bus stops and back. However, the strength of the community is that children can develop independence safely. Walking to the bus stop, waiting for their friends, getting themselves to school are experiences that build that confidence, responsibility, and good judgment for the future. As someone who grew up at these very bus stops, I can tell you that the environments we created in this community developed how I am and who I am. The decisions made by this board do not just determine what gets built, but shapes the community and the children that grow up. I respectfully ask you to preserve the residential character of this neighborhood and environment that has helped generations of Edison children, including me, grow into independent and responsible adults. So my question for you is, what considerations have been made to preserve the safety and predictable environments for the students who may spend several minutes waiting at their bus stops without adult supervision, with people going through and in and out of the convenience store?
I don't know if this question was related to the actual traffic activity or just the different types of people coming to the site.
Just speak to it as to traffic. That's what you.
From a traffic standpoint, there will be some additional turning movements, but we're improving the pedestrian operation by building sidewalks, shortening the lengths of the crossing of the driveways, as well as a crosswalk at the intersection.
And all the site distances will be safe and appropriate?
Yes.
This lead us to be moving the bus stops away from the gas station and convenience store, making it longer travel for most of the students? Or are we going to just have some kind of prevention from the convenience store population affecting or walking closer to where our students stand?
You're asking, are we relocating the bus stop? Jim, are we relocating the bus stop?
No, you're not.
Thank you very much. We are going to take a 5-minute recess to allow the court reporter a opportunity for a break. Before we do adjourn, Mr. Shire, you've been waiting very patiently.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the ultimate collision application, it is my understanding that we can be rescheduled to a special meeting on July 7th. My witnesses are all available on that date. I would request that it be, in light of the circumstances, without further notice.
Okay, so we'll put this on the record. So for anyone here for Z8 2024 Ultimate Collision at 1115 US Route 1, this case will not be heard this evening. This case will be heard on Tuesday, July 7th, with a meeting beginning at 7 p.m. here in council chambers. If you received a notice for this case, Z8 2024, you will not receive another notice. This will serve as your notice.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Shire, thank you so much for your patience. We'll see you next week. Thank you so much. All right, 5-minute recess. Thank you so much.
They're gonna get the buttons. They gotta get the buttons.
Board will return to session. Next member of the public outside 200 feet. Good evening, Mr. Bassoff. Our attorney will swear you in just.
Yep. As long as I'm not sworn at.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Okay, please state your name, spell it, and the address, please.
Joel Bassoff, Joel Bassoff, Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane, Edison. I have questions of the traffic engineer and the site engineer. So first of all, for the traffic engineer, Mr. Verderisi, so in percentage terms, what would be the expected increase in traffic that the convenience store would generate, say, during the morning rush hour period?
New traffic, 70%, but that's 30 vehicles, because the volume is low in the morning.
Right, right. But in terms of passing through the Durham-New Durham intersection, that part of your study?
Not specifically.
Okay. So regarding the proposal to reconfigure the intersection, is that to reduce the number of collisions, or is that primarily to make traffic flow faster?
Both.
And would the reconfigured intersection, that would be entirely on public property? None of it would be on the applicant's property? Is that right?
All on public property, yes.
Now, the reconfiguration of an intersection to improve traffic flow or to reduce accidents, that's typically the kind of work that would be performed by the municipality or the county?
Yeah, I mean, typically, that's what would happen. As part of this application, we voluntarily decided to make these improvements.
So it's voluntary on the part of the applicant? So in other words, the convenience store would be viable without a configuration, or a reconfiguration of the intersection?
Be viable? I don't know if that's a word that really is a term in the traffic sense.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll leave it at that. I also have questions for the site engineer, Mr. Henry.
Yes.
Okay, so on April 28th, you testified that sewer improvements will benefit the surrounding area. So currently, what are the drainage problems in the area that the applicant's site is currently causing?
Sure. So just to clarify, there's two different types of sewer. There's storm sewer and sanitary sewer. As part of this application, we would be replacing the sanitary sewer along a significant portion of our frontage up to the intersection. And as far as the improvements, we would be replacing the main. And based on our survey, the main is back pitched, which we reviewed with the town and identified that as a problem that exists today. And our client is agreeing to fix that problem and bring it up to current standards and meet plumbing code. So right now you have a back pitched pipe in your neighborhood and we're going to be fixing it.
But is that currently causing a problem for the neighborhood?
I would imagine so. If there's a back pitched pipe, that means you just have sitting effluent there.
Okay. And if I understand what you're saying, that drainage is not going to be altered, that
No, the drainage is going to be improved because we're reducing impervious on site. But as far as stormwater infrastructure, we're not proposing modifications of the infrastructure within the county right away.
What's the height of the current canopy of the gas station?
I don't know if I surveyed that. I don't think we surveyed the height.
Okay, so we don't know at this point if it's higher or lower than what's proposed?
I don't have the height of the existing ones surveyed, so.
Also, you testified on April 28th about light trespass. So the property, it's used for commercial, correct, but it's in a residential zone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So under Edison's lighting code, what's the maximum illumination that's allowed 5 feet above the property line on residentially zoned property?
I don't know if I have the ordinance in front of me. Do you have the?
Yeah, I know you put it on, you had a lighting plan in your submission.
Or 0 foot candles at the residential
0.1 foot candles, is that?
Or 0 at the property lines of the residential uses.
Okay, but on sheet 11 of your site plan,
Yep.
it shows a diagram of the lighting, the amount of illumination that would spill over the applicant's property line.
Yes, there is some spillover into the street, but not at the property line.
Right, and there's a line that shows the spillover at an intensity of 1 foot candle, right?
On the plan, yes.
So at 1 foot candle, it would be entirely outside the applicant's property line?
It would be in the street, but not to the residential property line, correct? Which is typical because you want to make sure you illuminate the driveways in a safe way for safe traffic movements. So it's fairly typical to have some spillover into the adjacent streets to make sure that when cars are passing by, they can identify those areas as driveways and then, you know, basically understand that there may be cars coming out of there. So it's fairly standard in the, you know, convenience store, gas station industry to have some spillover at the street level, but we also made sure that across the street, when you look at the model, we're at 0 foot candles on the residential property line.
Okay, so it's standard for commercial properties, but not for residential properties, for having illumination of that intensity?
I'm not sure I'm following that.
Well, in other words, 1 foot candle outside the property line, you're saying that's typical for commercial properties?
For residential properties, for multifamily residential, it's also common. I mean, I typically won't do lighting plans for single family houses, if that's what you're referencing. You know, most of the time people put lights where they want on their own personal houses and they illuminate it as they want. But on multifamily, it's also very similar, where if you have a driveway, you want to make sure that the motoring public on the street understand where the driveways are located so that they can then, you know, anticipate a potential car coming out of that driveway and so that there's safe vehicular movements on the street.
And Jim, is the 1 foot candle at all substantial in your opinion?
No, so the minimum foot candle you want for safe illumination is 0.5 foot candles. You know, 1 foot candle is definitely a better illumination. You know, it's not very significant though.
And all the lights that we're proposing are shielded and they're LED?
Yes, they're full cutoff lights, downward facing, LED, and then we used extra covers to basically block the illumination from going towards the residential.
While we're talking about lighting, do you have any certifications as a lighting expert?
I don't know.
Now, on April 28th, you also testified regarding the convenience store. You said, we made it look residential in nature to give it a residential feel and a high-quality feel.
Yes.
And since the property would be used as a convenience store, what would be wrong with the building looking like a convenience store?
Could make it look like a convenience store.
And will there be no smoking signs on or near the fuel pumps?
If it's per state code, then there would be, yes.
And why would there be non-smoking signs? Is it,
You'd have to talk to the state person that determines state code.
Okay. Well, I'll reserve my own comment for after all the witnesses testify.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bastoff. Anyone else outside 200 feet want to be heard? Sir? Ma'am?
Right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Okay. Name, spell it, and address, please.
My name is Titi Mishra, spelled as Sthiti. Last name is Mishra, Mishra, and my address is 17 Desser Place, Edison. We recently moved from Hillsborough to Edison last year. That was because we were looking for exactly what this neighborhood promised us: a safe, family-oriented community, a residential environment, and assurance that zoning laws actually mean something. We invested our savings. We chose this neighborhood because it was zoned residential. We trusted that these protections were not just words on paper, but commitments made to people who call this place a home. Today, many speakers have come, cited their versions, their problems. We all are here, maybe waiting for our last meal for the night. The kids are here. They're also waiting. We are waiting on the sip of water. But what I want to bring into picture, some facts, I'll skim over. Their Federal Highway Administration studies shows that commercial curb cuts increase crash risk by 30 to 40% because of turning conflicts. So here we are risking 2 roads and not just one. Gas stations and convenience stores generate 3 to 5 times more traffic movements than residential properties, which has been cited here as well. The New Jersey Department of Transportation recognizes gas stations and convenience stores as high conflict land users, especially when introduced into residential corridors. So this is also a survey. The EPA recommends residential outdoor noise levels to remain below 55 decibels, yet convenience stores with refrigeration systems, idling vehicles, and delivery frequently exceeding those limits, a fact as well. Rutgers research and New Jersey planning studies indicate that homes near gas stations and convenience retail can experience 2 to 10% reduction in property values. No answers have been provided until now. We have got some answers on traffic and lighting, but these studies have been given no answers, which means we are also risking our property values, our savings at risk, and maybe our lives and our generations' lives as well. The police data reviewed in municipal hearings across New Jersey consistently show that convenience stores and gas stations generate higher call volumes, increased loitering, trespassing, petty crime activity compared to residential areas. So we are also creating those hubs. We see the street across the 287 having homeless people standing there, so we are creating hubs for them as well. These are not just abstract studies. These are realities we would live every single day of our lives. So it's not just a debate for tonight, but like everyday life we are just putting forward to you. We are talking about our children walking to school buses, increased traffic. We have discussed more. I don't want to emphasize more on that. We are talking about families trying to sleep while trucks make their deliveries. Our weekends are going to get ruined. Our vacations are going to get ruined because of heavy traffic. We are talking about seniors who work their entire lives, risking all their savings, their extended families to stay with them, but that's also on risk right now. We are talking about the trade-off, the stress, anxiety, and fear becoming part of our daily routine. So we are not here to discuss and debate about the convenience store becoming a part of our lives, which we generally enjoy with families going maybe to Walmart, maybe to the smallest store, just to have some quick pickups. But here we are risking all our lives, our savings, and everything. So I ask here, it's just a generic question. Would you want this next to your homes? Would you want your children growing up beside a gas station and convenience store, which are hubs for vaping, cigarette smokes, and weed, which may be having a sign over there, but is always very general for people to come in, have a quick smoke, because we are seeing there are parking lots over there. So definitely that can be a quick stop for having those nuisances. Would you feel more comfortable knowing your neighborhood would experience more traffic, more noise, more lights, potentially more criminal activity, which we already are seeing? Maybe current study has not accounted for the new neighborhood, maybe the new society that has formed, the Kempsons, which already has traffic moving in. There will be more traffic, which has probably not gone under the studies. So I just want to say we did not move to Edison to live next to a commercial gas station. That was at least my personal first criteria to choose a house. I could have chosen anywhere, but this was my personal convenience to choose the house just because I wanted to have a safe neighborhood, which I don't feel safe anymore standing here. This is my first time, but I'm not happy about this. For stability, peace of mind, for neighborhood where children can play outside, seniors can rest, and residents can trust their zoning protections they relied upon when purchasing their homes will actually be upheld. Despite all these concerns, the applicant seeks variances, reliefs, the highest burden under New Jersey zoning law, along with approximately 27 additional variances. Why do we want to do this? Why wouldn't we have this when none of our neighborhood is happy about having this next to their doors? We are increasing our life risks. We are increasing our pets, our kids, our adults. Everybody's life is at risk. We cannot see happy people walking on the streets. There might be like extended fences all around their properties. We would lose those human contact. Do we really want to have that? If this project requires this many variances, these many waivers, these many unresolved engineering issues, faces these many oppositions from people living there, for whom this convenience store is about? Is it about those people who want to move into that traffic and just increase those road traffic, bring in more homeless, bring in more smokers, vapors, and give those easy access to our kids who are still going to be the middle schooler or high schoolers? I'm not sure. Tonight is much more about that single application. It is about whether residents can continue to trust the promises made by the zoning ordinances. It is about whether this RB residential district still means what homeowners believed it meant when they lived in this community. I just want to ask this question, and I want to request to deny this application because no one is happy probably. The people staying there is not happy. We are risking all our lives. So this is my request. I want to add some questions to our site engineer and traffic engineer. We have talked a lot about the traffic and maybe the site, but we have not got a single answer on the decrease of property values because of this store coming around. We have not received a single answer on the safety aspect of it. That's it.
So I can answer it. Property values are not something considered by a zoning board in dealing with a variance application, so you're not going to hear anything about that.
Sure.
And then in terms of safety, enforcement is not the zoning board's jurisdiction. So just like any property in any municipality in New Jersey, if somebody's breaking the law, that's an enforcement issue. It's not a zoning issue. And there's case law on that as well. As I indicated earlier, many convenience stores in terms of the lighting, in terms of the security cameras, and not just convenience stores, all businesses that come to boards, we've agreed to meet. We'll meet with the police department if they have recommendations on the lighting, on some of the security camera positioning. We're happy to meet with them. It's not, again, those are enforcement issues. Those are police issues. So I know that's maybe not the answer you wanted to hear, and it's not maybe the popular answer on both of those items, but I'm just being very transparent with you on what we're presenting. But yeah, if just like any property, if somebody were to come in and do something that was not permitted, there are enforcement mechanism. If somebody parks in your driveway that's not supposed to, you can tow their car. So, you know, there are enforcement mechanisms for these issues, and we would have to abide by them.
Yeah, so basically, I just want to conclude here.
Your time was up, though.
I'm done.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Next person with the outside of 200 feet.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give this evening is the whole truth? Okay. Bring your microphone up to you. Yeah, if you could, please. And your name, spell it, and address, please.
Prabhakar Jayapati, Prabhakar at 17 Jonathan Drive, Edison, New Jersey. I came here to ask, I do go to 421 Durham Drive, and I go to 421 Durham Drive. He's a very close friend of mine for many years. And one of the times we were sitting and having a drink, a couple of cars pull into the gas station, loud music. I asked him, I said, what's happening? He said, oh, these guys come to fill gas. And then one day he told me there's a convenience store coming down into the lot. I, as a person who owned a convenience store, have a couple of questions. How many SKUs do you plan on selling in a convenience store?
How many what?
How many SKUs do you plan on selling in the convenience store?
I couldn't answer that
Okay.
question.
So, having owned a convenience store, I've had the Pepsi truck, the Coke truck, and I've had a gas station and a convenience store and a beer store up in upstate New York. So let me tell you this. The gas truck, the Pepsi truck, the Coke truck, the Lay's truck, the water truck, and the cigarette truck all pull in at the same time in the morning to make deliveries. At the same time, you have people coming in to pump gas and use your gas station to buy coffee and a newspaper. How do you plan on managing your traffic at that point in time?
We already answered that question, and we also indicated that we would agree to stipulations on conditions, which is very common in front of New Jersey land use boards in terms of deliveries. We talked about them not being during the peak hours. We talked about the number of deliveries that we would have. We talked about them being controlled, and those would be stipulations and conditions should the board approve the application in any resolution of approval. And that's very, very common as it relates to any convenience store with gas application, whether a variance is required or not.
That's your answer. That's fine. Okay. And the other thing, since I do drive down that road a lot, I've seen people who fill gas who want to go to Metuchen try to make a left out of the gas station, and the number of FedEx trucks and Amazon trucks that are trying to go on to 287, I waited 10 minutes to make a left from that to go into Metuchen, to go to Metuchen Whole Foods. Just because the trucks go over Bridge Street, I don't know if you know the neighborhood, they go over Bridge Street, make a left at that light because they can't go into 287 North. They have to come down this road and get onto 287 North.
So the county has reviewed, that's a county road, correct? So that's a county road. They've analyzed our traffic report and the improvements that we're making to the intersection. And Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were supportive or didn't take, I shouldn't speak for them, but they didn't take any issue with what we're proposing, correct?
Correct. Okay. Next question. Do you know the number of cars that go into the convenience store at the end of New Durham Road? At the end of Durham Road, there's a convenience store before the new apartments, and the new apartments approximately have about 1,000 residents or like 500 residents because it's 215 to 2, and there might be about 400 cars there. So do you know how many cars go into that convenience store there? Have you done a count of any of those things?
No, I mean, we would only typically do the projections for our property, not for not another.
Yeah, but
site.
you have to surveil the competitor's property, isn't it?
As Mr. Verderisi explained in his testimony the last time, and again, if the board engineer or the county engineer felt there was something missing from our report or the methodology that needed to be adjusted, they would have let us know. But he uses the Institute of Transportation Engineers data and methodologies to project the traffic. So he does his analysis within industry standards, takes counts at the site, and then projects the traffic as in the industry standard that's accepted by the county, the municipality, and the state requires. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you found, and not to reiterate your testimony all over again, but you found that there would be improvements to the intersection and decreases in delay.
Yes.
When you say improvements in intersection, let me give you an assumption. Assume there are 1,000 cars going in today, and you projected 1,250 cars, and within 6 months, if there's 1,500 cars, would you shut down the station?
We wouldn't shut down the station because you're assuming that everything would be as a result of our property. There's many things outside of our control. There could be a project built down the road that results in traffic. We are just proposing our project based on what we're proposing, okay? And those improvements are being made based on that and within industry standards. Just like I can't project what will occur in 5 years from now in the area. But we're doing our best to rectify a situation at the intersection that is less than optimal right now.
You're not taking responsibility for what's going to happen 5 years down, but people here are living in those properties where property values are being affected.
No, actually, what we're doing is very responsible. So we're doing this project, and whether you agree or not, that's fine.
I mean, we're not agreeing on anything. We are discussing
Right,
something.
healthy dialogue, right? So we're proposing these improvements based on what we feel was responsible for this development, right? And the county had suggestions, the board has suggestions, and we try to be responsible and rectify situations where we can. We talked about the traffic, we talked about the stormwater, we talked about the utility pipes, right? To your point about in 5 years, if another developer comes in somewhere down the road or in the vicinity and proposes something that necessitates an off-track improvement, an on-site improvement, they're going to have to do that as well to mitigate or accommodate what they're proposing also. That's very typical in these site plan applications or variance applications. So we're doing what's responsible for our site. If somebody comes in for the future, they'll have to do something for their site.
Just going back to the first point.
Sure.
How do you plan on asking Pepsi and Coke not to deliver Coke products and Pepsi products at their time of delivery?
Jim testified to that. Jim, speaking with this operator who you've worked with for how many years?
Almost 20 years.
Okay. You testified that the deliveries would not be during peak hours, correct?
Right. So our client has control over the gas station deliveries, being that he is also a distributor. So he would restrict it during off-peak hours.
Two off-peak hours.
Two off-peak hours. And then as far as the different vendors which do show up to the gas stations, they would restrict the hours during peak period times.
What is the definition of an off-peak hour?
During non-peak
No. I mean, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., what 12 p.m., what's your off-peak hour?
Yeah, so Nick, can you just explain what the peak hour was in your traffic report?
Yeah, so the peak times generally are the peaks of the roads, which is in the morning from 7 to 9 a.m., in the afternoon from 4 to 6 p.m., and in the midday on Saturday.
That's all I have.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else outside 200 feet want to be heard? Last call. Anyone else want to be heard? Can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Chhabra, second by Mr. Patel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Public portion is now closed. Mr. Tubal.
Yeah, I spoke with the board secretary. They indicated the next time you could hear us is September 29th, and that's fine with us. So I respectfully request that the board adjourn the matter to that date without further notice, and I would agree to extend the time to act that the board has through September, and I'd be happy to sign an extension to that effect.
Okay. All right. So for anyone here present, for anyone...
Before you do that, and again, so any revised plans will be submitted 10 days before September 29th, obviously?
Yeah, and since we have enough time, we'll try to get it way before that, too.
That'd be great. Thank you.
For anyone here present, for anyone listening at home, this case will be continued till September 29th, 2026, with a meeting beginning at 7 p.m. here in council chambers. If you received a notice, you will not receive another notice. This will serve as your notice. This case will be carried Tuesday, September 29th, 2026, meeting beginning at 7 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and thank you for your patience. Madam Secretary, any additional business coming before the board?
That'll be all for this evening.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Motion made by Mr. Sadada, seconded by Mr. Patel. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Board stands adjourned.